Fuck. That's rude. Well, with any luck, I'll be back up tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see what happens, I guess. Man, rest in peace, TikTok. Anyways, right. So, our suffering. The chaos child of suffering. Incoming ad break. I should have ran a break while I was away. Oh well. I think sneezing it only postpones it, like... What if I just... Some people trying to be live right now? Yeah. Run ad? How do I run an ad? Just in chat, I don't think I can. Let me see if I can just run a 1 minute ad, so that way we guys will be free for ads from a hot minute. Let's see, creator dashboard, manage stream. Yeah, run a 1 minute ad. Cool. Get added, idiot. I will yap. In the meantime. Oh my god. I'm kind of confused now. Ads are sneezed for 5 minutes, but I'm also running this ad right now. Well, with any luck, we'll be fine. Anyways. Right, so... Chaos Child. Right. I know what I'm saying. So... This time we'll be for sure getting... Ending. Yippee. Getting that common end tonight for real, because I know last time we didn't, because there was this prize chapter 11. As far as the YouTube video goes, this will be all of chapter 11. However, as far as the actual live content goes, I tried to play through chapter 11 last time, but it ended up being longer than I had the energy for. So, we'll be finishing chapter 11 this time, and we won't be doing anything after that, unless there's like somehow more like an after credit scene or whatever. That's obviously going to be fine. But there shouldn't be anything past chapter 11 for the common route. I may be tempted to go back to chapter 9 to find out that bad ending, but anyways. Right, so let's just get right into it. Let's finish the common end for real this time. Chapter 11, Takeru Miyashiro. Oh yeah, those were thoughts that I wanted to share. I think it's funny that I'm using Cyrano again for my regular content, my regular recorded content. I might have to use her again tomorrow for Somnium Files, and then for Senran Kagura Neptunia on Monday. We'll see what happens though. But it is kind of funny. It's like, wait a minute. Cyrano Takeover Week on Saki's channel. Anyways. A little after 9 p.m., Sarika arrived at the Hikari-wo. Most of the attendees had gone elsewhere, and it wasn't as busy as it had been earlier in the day. She looked around and listened to the thoughts of the people passing by. Man, fuck that Miyashiro guy. Is he really gonna kill himself somewhere? Can he just run away? I hope he does it soon. I can't go home until I see whether he kills himself or not. Not that I care which, really. Fucking wrong-siders. Sarika whispered, as she listened to the worthless thoughts around her. The couple a feet away glanced over at her, but quickly turned away. Sarika closed her eyes so she could concentrate only on the thoughts around her. As of 9 p.m., all the concerts and street performances, as well as a few of the stalls, were closing up. The festival was nearing its end. After this, the attendees would gather at the specified time for a moment of silent prayer, and then the festival would be over. The crowd seemed to be heading toward the station and the memorial. There were still too many people here for them to all fit in the memorial plaza. So the big VIPs, as well as the families of the victims of the earthquake, would gather at the memorial itself, while everyone else would watch the proceedings on the TVs in front of the station. Sakuma probably plans to reveal Miyashiro's body at the memorial after he kills him, doesn't he? That sounds likely. Both the TVs in front of the station and the memorial park were near the Hikari-o, but the park was just a little closer. And anything that happened at the park would be replayed for people watching on TV. In other words, more people would see it. That man from before was probably part of his plan. Several hours ago, she'd heard that Miyashiro had appeared in front of the memorial, but she quickly learned that the report was mistaken. It was a fake, a man pretending to be Miyashiro, who worshipped him as a messiah, but the man himself had looked nothing like Miyashiro. Yet for some reason, the media had decided to report it as Miyashiro Takaru himself appearing at the memorial. As a result, security around the park and plaza had been strengthened. And as a result of that, another rumor was spreading, this time that Miyashiro would be appearing there. It was almost certainly part of Sakuma's plot. Hi, Flower. I just noticed you had like a little sad face. Is it because about TikTok shutting down? Like I heard that the servers are not only did I hear it, I also saw for myself that TikTok won't work anymore in the US. Sucks. I hope you're well though, despite that. Sarika opened her eyes and rubbed her stomach as if to check on her injury. So now you're being a Sadie and Pocky fair. It just shut down. Yeah, that's what I heard. Man, I didn't get to like do what I wanted to do because I wanted to like save my drafts. Like I captioned them in TikTok and then save my drafts, but then I didn't. So I'll have to be captioning them elsewhere, unfortunately. And that also sucks for a multitude of other reasons too. YouTube Shorts and Pinterest is your new TikTok. That's fair. At least I try to multi-post when I can, or repost onto YouTube Shorts, even if it's like a decade later, kind of. It had been almost 24 hours since Sakuma had sliced open her stomach. She still wasn't in top shape. She had lost a lot of blood. And the dull pain in her head that resulted from resisting Sakuma's powers to come back the second she let her guard down. This had been the result of her attacking him in top form last night. She survived working with the committee this long, so she couldn't shake her logical and very realistic doubts. Could she really kill Sakuma?
Miyashiro Takuru.
Uh-huh. A thought suddenly came into her mind, and she frowned suspiciously. That was strange. She hadn't been trying to read anyone's mind. It was coming from somewhere in her field of sight. Come on out, entertain me. Die in a really cool way. Negative thoughts flowed into her mind, one after another. They were strong and vast in number. It was as if someone had combined all of the final thoughts of all the people she'd killed. It's those people. She forced herself to look in the direction of the thoughts and saw the group wearing the sumo sticker masks. She tried to squeeze them out of her mind, but they slipped past her and echoed in her head once more.
Miyashiro Takuru.
Uh-huh. Come on out, entertain me. Die. Die, die. Die in a really cool way. Only strong thoughts and desires could create this effect. It was as if all these feelings had formed into one single strong emotion, a desire for Miyashiro Takuru to appear. For the first time in a very, very long time, Serika was terrified. She could feel herself break out into a cold sweat. Her logical and realistic doubts vanished. It didn't matter if she was capable of killing him or not. She had to kill him. Miyashiro had to survive. And for that, Sakuma had to die, and soon. It's about time, huh? She looked at her phone and saw that it was past 9:30 p.m. Everyone inside the theater had probably been let out by now. Shibuya, the Hikariwo building, the 11th floor. The entrance to the theater cube. Or cube? Cube? I don't know. It's a QUB. Could be anything. This room was also the entrance to the office floor, and it was always crowded with people. But now there was no one here, save a lone employee and single security guard. The festival event of the theater had finished up at 9 p.m., and there were no other plans to use it. It doesn't seem right. The whole floor was lit up, giving its classy design an elegant atmosphere. It didn't at all match what was about to happen inside the theater. Because, by the time this was over, one of them would be dead on the floor. Serika stood in front of the convenience store on the floor and waited for the promised time to come. There was still no sign of Sakuma. But then, a little after 10 p.m., she realized something was wrong. The employee and security guard at the front desk suddenly started to leave. They dropped what they were carrying and began to stagger out, as if they weren't thinking about anything. Her eyes went wide, and she immediately tried to read their minds. She felt a sharp pain in her head when she did. They really weren't thinking about anything. There wasn't even the meaningless subconscious noise that all humans produced. Nobody was ever like this. Nobody normal, that is. Mind control. Well, the two of them walked to the escalator as if they were in a daze, and then disappeared. All that was left was empty silence. He's well prepared. Another violent pain struck her. I couldn't read so good. This didn't make sense. They've already vanished. There was no reason why she should be hearing their thoughts. Where was this heavy load coming from? What? She felt something very strange in her mind and body. And then she saw her right hand slowly begin to move, without her controlling it. Are you all ready? Yeah. Everybody's ready to go. Shinjo-san was out of breath. He'd run back to Alba dorm to take the place of the other officer, who I hadn't seen because I was in Uki's room. I could tell he'd been literally running around all day. Okay. I'm the only one who will be here for the next several hours. I gave some false information to the media outside. There's no one here now. We can take the car and go. Miyashiro and Aribir are one thing, but when the next officer comes, How do you intend to explain Yamazoe and Tachibana Yuto's
どう
absence?
説明するつもりだ？
That was a good question. There was no way to hide that, and it would be his fault if they went missing. I've learned how to change the subject by talking to you, Momose-san. Don't worry. I'm not worried about your well-being. I have a lot of work planned for you after this. You can get demoted, but I can't have you being fired. Fair enough, I guess. See? This is how I learned. Shinjo-san sighed. The Nuki came in, with Yuto at her side and a worried look on her face. She slowly raised her hand. The other hand was clutching Yuto's tight. Yuto's eyes were still red, and he wasn't looking good. Yuki seemed to be trying to hold him up. Where are we going? Akiba, for now. What? Akiba? Do you mean Akihabara?
Oh.
Yeah. I was sure that we'd go somewhere less densely populated. I thought we'd go somewhere further away. Kunosato-san has someone in Akiba helping her. Who? Is it all of the lab mems? Is it a specific one? We know people in Akihabara. Whomst? Pretty sure Kurisu's still in America right now. Chijo-san looked back at her. Someone else is helping Kunosato-san? It could be Kurisu. A hacker who's better at finding information with a computer than I am. He's a weirdo, but he knows a bit about the situation. He'll put us up. He'll put us up for a while. Yeah. Okay. Legendary super hacker Dash, aka Daru. Because of course it's Daru. For some reason, Kunosato-san furrowed her brow and frowned. He's giving us a fairly decent machine too, though. Who knows what he'll want in exchange. Machine? Is he giving us the phone wave name subject to change? Or something like it? Sounds like Shinjo's also confused. Blah, blah, blah. I'm concerned. He's confused. Shinjo-san seemed confused. Yeah. Evidently he hadn't met this helper of hers. Anyway, what's important isn't how far away from here we go. What's important is getting out of Shibuya. We'll stay there for a while and see how things go. And that's the plan. Where's Arimura-san? Oh, she's in this room, on the phone. I see. Arimura had said she was calling her family before she left. But when she'd taken her phone into Nono's room, she hadn't looked like a girl who was saying goodbye to her family. It had always felt like Arimura didn't want to talk about her family, and I hadn't brought the subject up. So I had a vague sense that they weren't on good terms, but I didn't know anything else. Okay, well, let's just done. We'll go. The car's by the front entrance. We won't have to worry about the media for a while, but be careful when you get in. Neighbors might be watching. I'm taking Yuto too. Huh? Yuki suddenly spoke up. She must have been nervous, but she clutched his hand even tighter. She was acting a little strange, but it was also cute to see how much she cared. I couldn't help but smile. I looked at Shinjo-san and saw that his expression was much the same as mine. Of course. And that's been the plan from the start. Is that okay with you? Or is that okay, Yuto-kun? Yeah, Yuta nodded. And then he looked at me.
タクル兄ちゃん
Big bro.
お父さんは
Where's
ど
dad?
こにいるの
Is he
大丈夫
okay?
なの
Oh, buddy. I didn't know what to say. Yuto didn't know anything about what was going on. Nor did Yuki, who was also looking at me and also expecting an answer. I hurt to see how worried they looked. All I could do was tell myself that I couldn't make it any better.
後で
I'll
話すよ
tell you later.
あとって
Months
いつ
later.
秋葉原につい
Once
て
we reach Akuyabara
落ち着いたら
and get settled in.
必ず
I could tell Yuto was struggling with his feelings. Now it was his turn to grasp Yuki's hands tightly. Her hand.
わかった
Okay.
絶対だ
As
よ
long as you promise.
あ
Yeah.
ほら
Go get your
荷物取
things.
ってきな
うん
Okay. The two of them must have felt the exact same way as they went to their rooms, still holding each other's hands. Shinja-san looked at me with a pained expression.
大丈夫です
It's fine. And of course that was a lie. But Shinja-san was nice enough not to say anything.
新庄さん
Shinja-san,
一
I
つ
want
確
to
認
check
したい
one
こと
last
がある
thing. Kunosato-san stared at the hallway where Uki and Yuto had just left as she spoke. I could tell from the way she was acting that it had something to do with Dad.
2時間半
About
くらい
2 and a
前
half hours ago,
慰霊
someone
飛行
appeared
員
at the
に
memorial park
宮代
claiming to
拓
be
の名を語った
Miyashiro,
狂言者
right?
が出ただろう
ああ
Yeah. I remember the news I'd just seen on my tablet. The TV news and Tupo had all been talking about how I had appeared at the memorial park. But of course, that was a lie. I was right here.
厳重注
I
意くら
assume
い
he'll be let off with a
明日
warning
に
and
は釈
released
放が
tomorrow.
その予定だ
And
が
that's the plan.
そいつには
I
悪い
feel
が
sorry for the guy.
別
But can
件
you
で
do
も何で
whatever
も
it
構わ
takes
な
to
い
keep him locked up for a
数
few more
日間
days?
交流しておいてくれないか
Chijo-san seemed to know what she was getting at. He looked out into the hallway too.
佐久間の
You
仕
think
掛けだと
Sakuma sent him? She nodded.
タイミング
The
的に
timing
は
is such that
狂
any
言
number
者
of
なんてい
fakes
く
could
ら相手も
appear
おかしく
live.
ないが仮にも
But it worries me that a
Miyashiro
man
Takuru
trying
になり
to
きろう
be
とした人間が
Miyashiro Takuru didn't make the slightest
何
effort
の
to
工夫も
look
な
like
く名前
him.
だけを語ったの
Even
が
at
気
a
になってな
distance, anyone should have been able to tell it was a
宮
different
代と
guy.
の違いなんて遠目からでも一発でわかるはずだろ
It's true that he wasn't a chaos child syndrome patient, Shinja-san said. That was confusing. When I'd seen the man on my tablet, his height and age had been mostly the same as mine. I thought it would have been hard to tell us apart from a distance. And what did chaos child syndrome have to do with it? When that was just a type of PTSD.
できれば
I'd like to know more about him if
そ
I
いつの
can.
ここを調べてみたい
Kunosato-san tapped at her temples.
分かった
Got it.
なんとか
I'll
して
work
みよう
something out. It was also strange to see how easily Shinjo-san agreed to keep an innocent man locked up.
そろそろ出
It
発
was
しよ
time
う
to go.
有村さんにも
Tell
そう伝えてくれ
He pointed to the clock before I could ask any questions. It was 10 p.m.
はい
Okay.
荷物はもう
I've
ま
got
と
all
めてあ
our
ります
things
から
ready.
あれ
Huh? I opened the door to Nona's room to tell Arimura it was time to go, but there was no one there. The lights were off too. Was she already done talking on the phone? That would mean she probably was having Kazuki get the last of their things together, so she'd likely be in the dining room or maybe Uki's room. Come to think of it,
結局
I guess it got
Kazuki
Kazuki
を最後まで
involved in all
付き合わせ
this
ちゃった
too.
な
Kazuki wasn't involved in this case directly. But she was helping a lot, just because she was a member of the newspaper club. Still, I couldn't ask her to come with us. While we'd been waiting for Chinjo-san, she tried to tell us that she'd come too, and of course, using only a series of mumbles and gestures like always. But I'd refused, though I was grateful to her from the bottom of my heart. She seemed unsatisfied, but I finally gotten her to agree to it by promising to keep in touch and to come straight to her if we needed help. I couldn't cause any more trouble for someone who wasn't part of the case.
当事者
Part of the case, huh? I was suddenly conscious of the smells in Nona's room. Without bothering to turn on the lights, I shut the door behind me and walked over to her desk. I ran my hand along it, and only then did I realize it was the first time I'd been in here since her death. That's right. Nona wasn't supposed to be a part of the case. Why? She's one of those people who deserve to be happy in life. I knew that. He was right. She wasn't supposed to die. There was no reason she deserved to die. She was killed only because she'd learned Serika's secret. Ellipsis.
尾上
What was her real goal? I remembered what Kunosato-san had asked me this afternoon. What was she really after? I almost screamed as I heard a loud noise come from inside my bag. It was the sound of my phone vibrating. I quickly flipped over the bag and spilled its contents onto the floor. I picked the phone up off the floor and read the words "unlisted caller" in the darkness. And that was kind of creepy. I do not have a good feeling about this. Afraid, I touched the answer button. You know what I do when I have a bad feeling about a phone call? I don't answer. Who's there? There's one thing I forgot to tell you.
お前
You. I moved the phone away from my ear in surprise. It was Serika. There was no mistaking it. I checked the time on the phone without even thinking about it. 10:03 p.m. Listen carefully. This won't take long.
なんで
Why are
お
you...
前
I realized how hard my heart was beating. And I put the phone back up to my ear. That doesn't matter. I heard a sudden, abrupt noise. Had she dropped her phone, or had something happened to her? I listened carefully, so as not to miss a single sound. My hands were shaking violently. I hated it. And after I waited a moment... Are you listening? Her voice was now weak and feeble. Ellipsis question mark. Something was off about the way she was acting.
聞いてる
I'm listening.
なんだよ
What is it? There was something I forgot to tell you. It was the same thing she just said.
おい
Hey,
どうしたん
what's
だ
wrong? Why? I was the one who killed your parents. I mean... I'm not really surprised, to be honest, but, why is now the time to tell us this? I could hear the sound of the words she said, but I couldn't understand the meaning of the words themselves. For some reason, my hand stopped shaking, and it suddenly seemed like everything around me had faded away into a white blur. What? Ellipsis question mark. He made a sound, I didn't have to say that, whatever. The words got stuck in my throat, and I couldn't speak at all. 6 years ago, during the Shibuya earthquake, I was the one who killed your real parents at that evacuation shelter. And once again, I could hear the words, but I didn't understand them. 6 years ago, Shibuya earthquake, shelter, real parents.
Huh?
What? My cheeks suddenly felt hot, and my blurry vision came back into focus in the dark room. Only then did I realize what she'd said. But what I felt wasn't rage.
Huh? なんで
Why? It was an important event from my past, but one I'd totally forgotten. My parents hadn't died in the earthquake. Someone had murdered them at the shelter. It was what Nono had refused to tell me when I'd just woken up from my coma. That was why she'd lied to me. And that was the reason why I ran away from Alba Dorm and went to live in Miyashita Park.
なんで
Why? I repeated myself. Why would she do that? Why would she tell me that now of all times? All I could hear was her pained breathing. I kept waiting anyway. I couldn't hang up the call. I had to tell you.
伝えなければいけなかった。
I forgot to
言
tell
い忘れ
you.
ていたんだ。
だから
But why?
なんでなんだよ
I yelled at Serika as she repeated herself. God damn it.
おい
Hey,
お
hold
前
away.
お
Hold
前
away. Suddenly, the call ended. She'd hung up. I tried to call back and realized it was impossible. It was an unlisted number.
一体何なん
What the
だ
hell was that about? I whispered, knowing I wouldn't get an answer. Seriously, what the hell? What was the point of calling me like that? No, there was a bigger question. Why?
お前は
Why
何
was
のために生
Sarika
まれたんだ
born? On that day, I ran into my parents at the I ran into my parents at the evacuation shelter by chance. Right after that, I had a terrible headache. That was probably the moment when Sarika was born. I know that my parents were murdered at the very same shelter, or at that very same shelter, which means she murdered them immediately after I created her. My thoughts were a mess. It was hard to think straight, but something told me that I had to figure this out. Sarika said that her purpose in life was to keep me alive. But would killing my parents really make that easier? Mom and Dad were trying to take me and evacuate to a supposedly safer place. Killing them would make me less likely to survive, not more. Just like Kunasato-san said, it doesn't make sense. And that's right. What Sarika told me doesn't make sense. The very first thing she did after being born contradicts what she told me. Which means
あいつの目
her
的
real
は
goal
僕
wasn't
を
to
生か
keep
し
me
続けるこ
alive.
とじゃない
Suddenly, I found myself looking at the picture on my phone. It was the photo of me and my family from Alba Dorm. And this contradiction also applies to her attack against Nono too. Sure, she did manage to figure out who Sarika really was. But if Sarika's goal really was to keep me alive, would killing Nono really make that easier? Nono always tried her best to protect me. She even risked her life to do so, which would mean that, for Sarika, it would have been better to keep her alive. She could have just used mind control to alter her memories about her real identity, just like she did with Ito. So why didn't she do that? Why did she have to kill Nono? Does she have some other goal? And is that why she had to take Nono's life? I could feel a certain desire welling up within me, one I hadn't felt in a long, long time. Hello, welcome in, Mo Morris. If that really is the case, then I have to find out why. I'll find out if my ridiculous idea really is true. And for that to happen, I have to go there. No matter how things might end up.
本気かよ
Am I serious about this?
僕は
I'll check the time on my phone again. 10:10 p.m. And there were 18 minutes left until the moment when everything began. I laughed a little and ran my hand along Nono's desk again. Was I betraying Nono again? If she was still alive, would she have slapped me across the face if she found out about it? It's so interesting to see someone playing this game for the first time, not knowing what was true and what was a lie drove you crazy, but the truth is much more painful than you thought. Oof. Okay. I'm not surprised. This is not my first ball game with this series, the Science Adventure series, so I'm not surprised, but... You know, it is... What's real, what's not... I look forward to how it unravels.
ごめん
I'm sorry,
でも
but
お
you
前だ
know,
ってさ
you did it too. And you lied too, in the end. You lied to protect me. So I'm going to do the same. Because this is about you, and you mean everything to me. This is about the reason why you died.
何も知ら
I
なく
need
て
to
いい
know
なん
the
て
truth. I was
そんな
lying
の
when
ご
I
まか
said
し
I
たよ
didn't. And of course, thinking about what I was about to do terrified me. But I wasn't going to change my mind no matter what. Surprisingly, it was Aribina, not Nono, who slapped me. She hit me so hard that the impact traveled all the way to my ears and made them ring. Damn.
バカ言わ
Don't be stupid. Who do you think you're trying to impress?
何笑って
What
る
are
んで
you
す
laughing at?
いや
Nothing.
やっぱりそうだよな
I put my hand to my cheek where she'd struck me, and it felt a little hot. I laughed because it hadn't hurt as much as when Nono did it. Nono was used to slapping people in the face after all. Or maybe she was just really strong. But Arumina seemed to think I was laughing because I wasn't worried at all. Her shoulders shook more violently with rage. But Arumina oh, no, I didn't click. Hello. There you go.
危険すぎます
It's too
向こ
dangerous.
うが何を
You
企
don't
んで
know
る
what
の
they're
かわから
planning.
ないんですよ
話を
I'm
聞き
just
に
going
行
to
くだけ
hear
だ
what she has to say.
多分
It
大
should
丈
be
夫だと思う
fine.
そんな嘘
Don't lie
つ
to
か
me.
ないでください
You know that won't work.
私に嘘が通じないのは分かってるでしょ
Arumina was out of breath and seriously angry. She was really worried about me.
タクルさん
Yuki and Yuta were standing next to her, looking worried. I kneeled down so I was at their height.
安心して
And
くれ
don't worry. It's
話を
true
聞
that
き
I'm
に行く
just
だけっ
going to
てい
hear
うのは
what she
本
has
当
to
だから
say.
でもその先は
But what
嘘だ
came after that is a lie, right?
お前は多
You'll
分
probably be
殺される。
killed if you go.
久野里さん
And of course, I knew that. And there was a good chance I'd be killed. And Dad would be the one who killed me. But I wish that she wouldn't have said that in front of Uki and Yuto.
お前は喧
You've
嘩す
never
らした
been
こと
in
が
a
ない
fight before. Am I
違
wrong?
うか
はい
Yes, but
でも
I had to go. I knew in my head that it was stupid. My heart was filled with terror. There was something even deeper that pushed me forward.
クルス先輩は
Kurisu senpai wouldn't
そん
want
なこ
that.
と絶対に
I
望ん
know
で
that for
な
a
い
fact.
Eh?
What?
ウキから
Yuki
手
told
紙
me
のこと
about the
聞いたん
letter.
です
そっ
I
か。
see.
クルス先輩の
Are
気
you
持
going to
ち
just forget about what she
踏み
wanted?
にじるんですか
そう
Yeah,
だな。
you're right. She'd be really mad.
きっと怒ると思うけど、
And she'd probably slap me hard across the face, like Arimura just did.
でも
But I'm
僕は行
going
くよ。
anyway. Arimura looked like she was about to raise her hand again. But then she stopped, clenching it into a fist and lowered it. Her eyes were a little red as she glared at me.
なんで
Why?
そんな
Why?
ごめん。
I'm sorry. Her voice was so soft I could barely hear it. I lowered my head, unable to even look at her.
ウキとユウトの
Take
こと
care of Uki and Yuto.
頼むな。
Okay.
知りません
That's not my problem.
先輩は
You're the
長男で
oldest son
し
of
ょ
the family, right?
ちゃんと帰
That
って
means
き
you need
て
to come back safe
自
and
分
be
で
their
お
big
兄ちゃんをや
brother.
ってください
You're terrible, she whispered as she left the room.
うん
Hi, Kazuki. Someone suddenly waved something in front of my face and I leapt back. Kazuki had come up next to me. I wasn't sure when. She always surprised me like this.
Oh,
N-
oh
we're
my.
still here?
まだいたのか。
うん
I can't leave you all here, her face seemed to say.
うん
She was holding pieces of candy on sticks. Lollipops. Lollipops? How many of these did she have? I couldn't refuse her, so I took them and put them in my pocket. I'd probably never eat them, though.
最後
I'm
ま
sorry
で付
for
き合わせ
getting
て
you
悪いな。
involved in this.
ウキたちの
Keep
こと
an eye
は
on
見送って
Yuki
や
and
ってくれ。
Yuto until they go.
そうしたら
After that,
気をつけて帰れ
Take
よ。
care of yourself on the way back home. I didn't think she'd do it, but I didn't want her going with the two of them. I'd feel terrible for her family if that happened.
Hmm.
She nodded like she always did. I tried to make sure that was a yes, but before I could, she ran out of the room after Arimura. Ellipsis. Kunasato-san was here too, so it would be okay, right? She would make it home, right?
あのタクル
Big
兄ちゃん
bro. Yuta spoke up, afraid, as he watched me watch. Yuta spoke up, afraid, as he saw me watch her go. To be honest, I wasn't sure what to say. I felt like anything I could say would just make him even more nervous. I tried to choose my words carefully. But in the end, this is all I could come up with.
行ってくれ。
I'm leaving.
後で
I'll
必
catch
ず
up
ユ
with
ウ
you
トたち
guys
と合
later.
流するから。
I could tell from his face that he realized it was one of the white lies that adults often. Oh god. That was a rude yawn. Ugh. I could tell from his face that he realized it was one of the white lies that adults often told children. But he didn't say anything. He just looked at me with eyes that were redder than Arimura's.
いってらっしゃい
Goodbye.
待ってま
We'll
す
be
から
waiting for you.
あ
Yeah.
ずっと
We'll wait for you as long as it takes.
あ、
Yeah.
僕も待
I'll
って
be
る
waiting
ずっ
too.
と
For as long as
Zutto.
it takes.
あ、
Yeah. Maybe Uki's hand holding gave a bit. Maybe Uki's hand holding gave him strength. Okay. Okay. No, that makes sense. It's just weirdly phrased. Because he finally forced himself to say one last thing. I'm sorry, Yuto. And thank you, Yuki.
じゃあ
Okay,
行ってくれ
I'm off. I checked the time. There wasn't much time left. And if I stayed here any longer, my resolve would begin to waver. I nodded one last time at the two of them, then turned around. It was decided that Shinjo-san would drive me to the Hikari wall. I wanted him to take the others to Akihabara as soon as possible, but I didn't see how I could get through the area around Shibuya Station on my own.
宮代
As I left to get in the car, Kunosato-san called to me from behind.
スマホは持って
You
る
got your phone, right? I put my hand inside my pocket to check. Of course it was there.
持ってます
I
けど
do. Why?
何でもいい
If you learn any information on the
もし委
committee,
員会の
no
情
matter
報を
what
手
it
に入
is,
れたら
contact me
すぐに連
immediately.
絡しろ
I chuckled. That was exactly what I expected her to say. I didn't know if I'd learn anything, but I promised her anyway.
尾上からは
Onoe told me you
お前を渋谷から
to get you out
脱
of
出させるよう
Shibuya.
言われているそれを
I
承諾
agreed,
したのは
because she told me that if I got
能
the
力者を渋
psychics
谷
out
か
of
ら出せ
Shibuya,
ば
it
委
could
員
get
会
me
に
closer
近
to the
づける
committee.
というあいつの言質があったからだ
はい
Yeah.
かといって
But if you decide not to go,
お前
there's
自
no
身
reason
がそ
for
れ
me
に
to
逆らう
stop
決断を
you.
するのなら
I have no
それ
special
を止
need
め
for
る
you
義
in
理はない
particular. As long as I have Yamazawa and
お前に
Harimura,
こだわる
that's
必要
enough.
はないんだからな
ねえ
Yeah,
そうです
you're
ね
right. I knew that from the start. If getting a psychic out of Shibuya would cause something to happen, then Uki and Harimura would do just as well as I would.
だから
So, we're not waiting for you.
お前のことは待たないぞ
Her words seemed to be testing my resolve one last time. That was why I looked her dead in the eyes and answered.
構いません
That's fine.
分かっ
I
てますから
understand that. But for a while after that, she'd said nothing. She seemed to be, for once, at a loss for words. I frowned. Does she not like that answer?
何か
Is something wrong?
お前の
About what you were saying
さっきの話だ
before.
がな
She finally opened her mouth, hesitantly. She was probably talking about the call I'd gotten from Serika. She told me that this was the one who... But she told me that she was the one who killed my parents.
それが事実
If
だと
that's
するな
really
ら
true,
何ですか
what?
何か
Did
思
you
い
figure
当た
something
る
out?
ことでも
いや
No. Kunosato-san probably found Serika's words strange, just like I did. They didn't make sense. Kunosato-san probably had a theory of her own, one she was reluctant to share. But in the end, the only thing she did was put her hand on my shoulder, without saying a word. Until now, all she'd ever done was grab me or choke me, so I was shocked. I never expected this.
どの道
Either way,
お前
you
が
should
確か
find
め
the
るべ
answer
きこ
for
とだ
yourself. Whatever you do,
せいぜい
make
悔
sure
いの
that
な
you
いよう
don't
にするん
regret
だな
it. And the words she said were different than usual, too. Kunosato-san is actually saying something nice to me. A psychic of all people?
なんだ
What?
え
Huh?
あ
Oh,
いえその
no. I was so surprised that I ended up saying something I shouldn't have.
どうせ
If
な
you're
ら
going to send me
ケイさんの
off,
指
I'd
名の
prefer
一
you
言
do
で
it
お願い
with
します
Kei-san's closing
リスナー
line.
だったんです
I listen to your podcasts. God, this game has been going on for so long. I totally forgot about Kei-san and the podcasts.
ふざける
Hell
な
no. I refuse to play the role of that goody-goody suck-up when I'm not trying to manipulate information.
とっと
Now,
と行け
get going. She pushed me away with the hand she'd placed on my shoulder. I suddenly felt really embarrassed. Why did I say that? I was so embarrassed that I tried to hurry into the car. But then, Kunosato-san looked at me and said,
どうしても聞き
If
た
you
い
really
な
want
ら
to hear Kei again,
次の
Wait
放
until
送
the
まで
next
待つんだ。
broadcast. I turned around and looked at her face one more time. Her features were elegant, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were always frozen cold. They never betrayed what she was really thinking. Her personality was as cold as ice, which was fitting of a dedicated scientist who was always willing to do whatever it took to achieve her goal, regardless of the cost. But sometimes, I caught a glimpse of some burning passion inside her. She really was a mysterious girl. Oh, right. There's one last thing I have to ask her. Since this might really be my last chance.
なんだ
What?
人の顔を
Why are you
じっと見て。
staring at me?
久野里さんは
Konosato-san.
何の
What's
能
your
力を持
power?
ってるんですか？
なんだと
What did he say? The distance between us had started to shrink, but it grew back with that one question. I felt all the air around me freeze. I panicked.
だって
But,
見
well,
たんで
I
すよ。
saw it in
久野
your
里さんの
room.
部屋で。
何をだ
Saw what?
ディソード
A
って
D-sword. That
あ
was
れは
yours,
久野里さんの
right?
ものでしょう。
は
Just as I thought things between us would end with another series of cold insults from her, Konosato-san started to laugh. She kept laughing in a low voice as I stood there with my mouth hanging open. All I could do was stand there and watch. I never imagined that Konosato-san of all people could laugh like that.
お前
You're really a
本当に真の
gigglomaniac.
ギガロマ
You
ニアック
can't even
な
tell
の
the
か
difference between a fake
本
and the
物
real
と偽物の
thing.
区別もつかないとはな。
偽
A
物？
fake?
あれはただのレ
That's
プ
just
リ
a
カだ。
replica I have for research
研究用
purposes.
のな。
My lab in America made it based off some
6年前の資料を
documents
取り寄
from
せて
6 years ago.
アメリカの私の研究室が作った。ばらつきがあ
It
る
was
に
an
しろ
attempt to find out why,
ディラック
even
の
if
み
the
たいなパイ
shapes
プ
may
が
vary.
な
All
ぜ
the
剣と
pipes
い
to
う
the
形を
Direct
取
Sea
るの
take
か
the form of a sword.
その
But it
解
didn't
明を
work,
しようとし
so
た
they
が
gave me the useless
無駄だっ
piece of
た。
junk.
で廃棄されたガラクタを押し付けられたわけだ。あんなもの
It's not good for anything but
邪
taking
魔に
up
なって仕
space.
方ないが
But I do use it
まあ
as a way to hang
物
things
干し
up
代わ
to
りに
dry.
使っている。
And then she left again. After she was done laughing, she pushed me into the car. And before she closed the door...
ああ、そうだ。
Oh, right. Your classmate,
お前の同級
Ito,
生
was it?
伊
It
藤
looks like he'll
だったか
survive.
あいつはなんとか助かりそうだぞ。忘れてる
You
よ
seem
う
to
だ
have
が
forgotten. But you
それと
promised to be
引き換え
my
に
guinea pig in
お
exchange.
前は私の実験台になると誓った。その約
So
束
come back
戻
and
って
keep
きて
your promise.
ちゃんと果たせよ。
And then she closed the door. I nodded from behind the window and mouthed the words, "Thank you for everything." Everyone really was trying to make me feel better. Everyone really did want to see me again. But now, I was going alone down a path that meant that might never happen.
静かだな。
It's quiet, huh?
はい。
Yeah. Chijo-san had whispered that to himself from the driver's seat. The Shibuya intersection was overflowing with people. They were all looking up at the footage of Memorial Park being displayed on the big TV screens. The time was at 10:21 p.m. 7 minutes until the time when the earthquake hit 6 years ago. When the time arrived, there would be a moment of silent prayer, and the festival would reach its finale. Everyone at the festival seemed to be heading to the park, or the intersection in front of the station to participate. I could see a man who looked like a member of the city council on the screen. From the subtitles, he seemed to be giving a speech about the restoration project.
ち、まただ。
Not again.
頭を
Get
下
your
げろ
head。down.
はい。
Okay. Chijo-san had gotten this car just to take us out of Shibuya. The windows were tinted, so I didn't have to worry about anyone seeing me. But there was no way to hide from anyone looking at me from the front. Just in case, I cut myself as far down in the space below the seat as I could. We'd run into a lot of roadblocks since we'd entered this area, with the volunteer staff stopping us from going forward. Each time Shinjo-san had shown his police notebook and explained that this was a police car, and each time they'd let us through. But that meant it was taking twice as long as usual.
ギリギリ
We'll be close.
というか
We may not actually make
28
it
分
by
には間に合わんかもしれない
10:28
ぞ
p.m. Shinjo-san said as he slowly weaved the car through the crowds of people.
いえ
No.
送
I'm
って
just
いただく
grateful
だけ
you
で
gave
あ
me
りがたい
a
です
lift. I never would have made it to Hikari on my own.
時間を過ぎれば
If you get there
佐
later
久間
than
と
that,
鉢合
you're
わせ
more
する
likely
可
to
能性
run
は
into
高くなる
Sakura. You're
そ
going
れでも
anyway,
行くん
right?
だな
はい。
Yes. I could see Shinjo-san's face in the rearview mirror. He'd put his fingers to the bridge of his nose, and his expression was pained.
警察官と
As
し
a
ては
policeman,
最悪の
this is
行
the
為だ
worst thing I could possibly do.
命の危険
I'm
があ
sending
る
a
ところ
minor
に
into a
未
dangerous
成年を送り届け
situation.
るなんてな
Sakuma makes it sound like it's going to be right on stars. I know. Every time. The fact that Sakuma's first name is Wataru, like, he's not gonna escape the OnStars allegations.
佐久間がシアター
If
キュー
it's
ブ
in
にい
the
るのな
theater
ら
cube,
一緒に
I'd
乗り
like
込
to
んで
go
拘
with
束し
you
たい
and
くらいだ
arrest him, but I don't have anything that proves his
今の俺で
guilt.
は佐久間の犯行を何も証明できない上層部に
And
も
someone's
圧力が
putting
かかってい
pressure on
る
the higher ups in the police department too.
安
It's
物の
like a
刑
cheap
事ドラマだ
detective
な
drama.
委員会っ
Is
て
the
いうの
committee
は
really that
そんなに
powerful?
強い権力を持ってるんですか？
詳しいことは
Almost
ほ
no
と
one
んど
knows the
誰も知らない
details.
いや
No. The person who did it was
知った者
buried
は
and forgotten.
闇に葬られてきた
Irritated, Shinjo-san swerved the car around a group of pedestrians that were standing in the middle of the street. He ducked down so I couldn't be spotted from outside. It was a little cramped.
昼間言ってた
It was the person you
新
were
庄さん
talking
の先輩
about
も
this
です
afternoon.
か？
Was that the person you were talking about this afternoon? I can read. I remembered him talking about that to Serika. About how this case was his way of avenging a detective he respected a lot. Ellipsis. Shinjo-san ignored me and kept looking forward. I felt like his silence was his way of saying yes.
なんだ
What? Shinjo-san lowered the window just a crack to hear what was going on outside. Where are you? It's almost over! Everybody's gonna think you're a screw-up. Come out!
酔っ払いか
Just a bunch of drunks. In front of us, by the side of the road, was a van advertising the Restoration Festival. A group of people had climbed on top of it. Star bricks, I just noticed that. Star bricks, wonderful. They must have been college-aged, and they were holding beers in their hands.
情弱
Drunk ciders, huh? Hearing them, even seeing them, was upsetting. I leaned back into the seat, closed my eyes, and lowered my head again.
久野里さんも
Kunosato-san uses that word
そう言う
too,
な
sometimes. Shinjo-san closed the window and started to drive away from all the commotion.
情弱
Wrong siders.
情
This is on the
報
wrong
弱者
side
の
of the
略
information
だった
divide,
か
right?
ええ
Yeah. I watched all the drunks pass by the other side of the tinted windows.
彼らは知ら
And
な
they
い
don't
し
know anything.
知ろうと
And
し
they
ないん
don't
です
want to know anything.
自分た
They
ちが
don't
煽
know
ってる
about
相手
the
のこと
people
も
manipulating them,
その
or
相
what
手
those
が
people
どんな気持
want,
ちなのかも
or what the people they're talking about are even going through. Violence, murder, the darkness of the human heart. They think they understand these things because they read or hear about them, but they don't even think about what they must really be like.
君は
Ever since I
会っ
first
た
met
時か
you,
ら知ると
I
いう
could tell
行為に
knowing
こだわっ
was
ていた
very
な
important to you. The first time I met Shinja-san was
ラブホテルの事件
during
の
the
時
Love Hotel case.
君たちが
You
勝
broke
手
into
に
the
現場
crime
に入
scene
り
on
込んで
your
いた
own. Oh. He was right. Shinja-san was the one in charge of that case, and that's how we'd met.
これから尾
I'm
上に
going
会お
to
うと
go
してい
see
るのも
Onoe because there's something you
何
want
か
to
を
know,
知るためなん
right?
だろう。
はい。
Yes. I had to know what Seriko was really after, and the real reason she'd come into existence.
そうか。
And that's right.
言ってみれ
You
ば
could say that I'm going to
自分
find
の
out
ことを
about
知るた
myself.
めなんだ。
And what did I wish for during the earthquake? What wish had created her? I realized for the first time that I was trying to find out more about myself than Sarika.
先輩も
And it's the same
So
kind of
nice to
person
that.
he was.
Huh?
Huh? I looked at the review mirror again. Shija-san was still watching the traffic in front of him.
とにかく
Not detective.
知ろうとす
He
る
was
ことに
obsessed
対
with
して
finding
貪欲
things
な人
out,
だった。
and he was willing to do
そ
whatever
の
it
ためな
took,
ら世間
even
の
if it
常
meant
識も
going against the
警
rest of
察
the
の理
police
屈も関係
force.
ない。よく
Momose-san
百
used
瀬
to
さん
get
に
mad
怒
at
ら
him
れ
all
て
the
いたらしい。
time. She said he was
突っ走り
getting
すぎだ
in
って
too deep.
そうだ
I
ったんです
see.
か。
Shija-san's voice took on a strangely different tone. His tone changed from one of nostalgia to one of sorrow.
そして
And then,
先輩は
he finally did get
突っ
in too
走り
deep.
すぎた。
And that was the answer to his silence before, too. And was he killed by the committee?
先輩の最後
I
を
don't
俺
know
は
how
よ
he
く知ら
died,
ない。
but he must have been satisfied.
先輩は満足だった。
I don't think he had any
少な
regrets.
くとも後悔はしていないはずだ。でもな、
But still,
だからといって
that doesn't mean I can just
先輩
accept
の
his
死を
death.
認めるわけには
I
いかない。
couldn't get to him in time.
俺は先輩に追いつけなかったし、
It's
止めること
frustrating.
もできなかった。俺はクルス・ノノさんがここ
If
にいれ
Kurusu
ば
Nona was here, I'm sure she'd be feeling the same
同
way
じよう
about
に
you.
感じるはずだよ。君のこと。
I fell silent. There was nothing I could say. But I was truly glad that he was the one who had read Nono's letter, and that he was the one who was now helping me. When I reached the Hikari-won, I realized that something was wrong. It was too quiet. Normally, even at this hour, the Hikari-won would be fairly noisy, but it was completely silent. And there were no murmurs, no drunken shouting like I'd heard just a moment before.
始まっちまった
It
か。
started, huh? Oh. I checked the time. It's at 28 p.m. Everyone had gathered in front of Memorial Park, where the TVs in front of the station for a silent prayer. Shiju-san switched the car's navigation system to TV mode. It was displaying footage of the Memorial Park. I saw the ceremony and gasped. All the sound was gone from Shibuya. It was like a movie set. Suddenly, I was struck by a terror even greater than before. I felt like the moment of silence was for me as I headed to my death. I forced myself to smile and tried to tell myself that I was shaking from excitement, not fear. My mind was a confused jumble of thoughts. Half of me wanted to go home and half of me wanted to stay, but I forced myself to keep going. Yeah. I have to know, no matter what. Shinja-san tossed something at me.
何ですか。
But is it... Wait, is this... I felt the sensation of rubber as I grabbed it. I tried to spread it out and stopped.
皮肉な話だが、
Ironically. And this is
手近
all
に
I've
これ
got
しかなか
with
っ
me.
た。
I
我
hope
慢して
it's
くれ。
enough.
いえ、
Yeah.
ありがとうございます。
I lowered my head in thanks. There were still people standing between me and the theater cube.
すまないな。
Sorry.
俺はここ
This
ま
is
で
as
だ。
far as I can go.
浮君たちを
I need to get the
そろそ
others
ろ
out of the city. He looked at his watch.
分かってます。
I know. And get them
急
to
いで
Akiba as
彼
fast
女
as you
たちの
can.
秋葉へ
Thank you.
お願いします。
送り届け
Once
た。
they're safe,
俺はす
I'll
ぐに
come
戻っ
right
てく
back
る。
for you. Don't die.
死ぬなよ。
はい。
Right. I wiped my sweaty hands off on my pants and nodded. And then I took a deep breath to calm myself down. I put on the sumo sticker mask that Shinjo-san had given me and stepped out into a Shibuya utterly without sound. The silent prayer was continuing, and this was my chance. Several people looked at me as I got out of the car, but they must have been used to seeing the people in the masks. They quickly lost interest and lowered their heads once more. Everything was fine. They hadn't figured out who I was. I looked up the Hikariwo building, which towered above me like some kind of fortress. The people around me all seemed suspicious, but I made it to the theater floor without anyone saying anything. But then I realized that something was wrong and stopped. There was no one on this floor. There were no customers and not even a single employee. Even the convenience store, which was open during the festival, was open. It was empty. I took off the mask. My field of vision restored. I took another look around the floor. I was right. It was completely empty. There was no sign of Dad or Serika either. The whole soundless space in front of me felt like a trap that I just walked into. I'd taken the mask off, but it still hurt to breathe. I tossed the mask into one of the decorative trees nearby and slowly started to walk across the floor. Every shadow scared me. Each time I reached a blind spot, I would stare at it for a moment before I proceeded. Where was the entrance to the theater?
Huh?
When I found the stairs and escalator, I felt a wave of nostalgia. And this is where I'd come with the rest of Albador. That's right. We had gone up the stairs and into the theater. I flinched as the escalator started to move. Don't scare me like that. It was just a motion detector. I knew that. But the machine seemed to be pulling me deeper into a trap. I looked up to the top of the escalator. There was no one there. Damn it. I smashed my trembling legs with trembling hands, then slowly went up the stairs. This was the path that led to the theater, and it was probably leading me to the finale that either Dad or Serika had prepared for me. And I was probably doing exactly what one of them wanted. But I had to find Serika and the answer, and there was no way that desire was in anyone's script. I believed it was my own idea. I had to find out the truth, for Nono's sake as much as my own. I went up to the entrance of the theater and put my hand on the heavy door. I felt a stabbing pain in my head the second I went inside. I staggered and leaned against the back of a nearby chair. What? This can't be. I forced myself to endure the pain and look around the theater. The theater was done up in a modern style, with stadium seating. The stage was at the lowest point in the hall, and the seats got higher up the further you went away, so it'd be easier for the audience to see. The entrance was at the far back behind the seats. When I looked down, I could see the whole room. The stage was completely empty. There were no props or backgrounds. The lights were focused on the stage, so the rest of the theater was dark and hard to see. The seats seemed empty, too. I couldn't see anyone. I couldn't hear any movement either. My first suspicion was Dad's mind control power. But if his power worked like ours, that meant he would need to share his delusions with me in order to reboot them. In other words, if what I was seeing was due to mind control, Dad had to be watching me from somewhere nearby. That's right. I suddenly got an idea and looked through my pockets. I found the lollipop that Kazuki had given me. I tossed it up and imagined it floating in the air. But instead of floating, it fell down into the thin row between the seats.
よし。
Good. I sighed with relief, satisfied with what I had seen. It was impossible for us to use our powers alone. If my psychokinesis wasn't working, it meant there was no one else here. But I still kept my guard up as I walked toward the stage. If I remembered right, this place hadn't changed since the last time I was here. Come to think of it, if I'd come here to celebrate my acceptance to Hekiho Academy, it had only been 2.5 years since I'd last been here.
嘘だろ。
That can't be right.
そんなの。
It didn't seem real. It felt like so much more time had passed. Everything had changed. I not only knew we were gone, Ito had probably left his home and was on his way to Akihabara with Shinjo right now. And Dad. Suddenly, I heard a sound come from behind me and spun around. Standing there was... You. She looked just like she had when I'd seen her this morning. Not only was she not hurt, there were no signs that she'd even fought someone. Serika waited for the door she'd come through to close, and then slowly walked toward me. Why are you here? Her voice was quiet, but angry. She probably thought that I'd left Shibuya by now.
父さんは。
Where's Dad?
死んだよ。
Dad.
え？
Huh.
舞台裏に
You'll
頭
find
だけ
his
転
severed
がって
head
いる。
lying on the ground
半分潰れ
backstage.
ていて
It's
分
been
かりにくい
partially
がね。
crushed though, so it might be hard to recognize. The look on my face must have been ridiculous. Sadika's voice was completely calm, and it was hard to believe she was lying. Dad was dead. Did you kill him? Her nod silently said, Of course I did.
それで
So,
な
why
ぜ
are
ここ
you
にいるん
here?
だ。
Where
国里
are
美代た
Kunosata
ちは
Mio
ど
and
う
the
した。
others? How could she be so calm after killing someone? It was terrifying to see how unconcerned she was. My thoughts, my feelings, and even my words were all a jumbled mess, but I managed to tell her that Shinjo-san had taken everyone else out of Shibuya by now. And then, I told her why I came here.
お前。
Why did
ど
you
うして
tell me
電
that
話であ
on
ん
the
なこと言ったん
phone?
だよ。僕に何を望まれ
What
て。
did I wish for
生まれて
when
き
you
たん
were
だよ。
born? Sarika looked at me like she was staring at something very dear to her. I knew this feeling. Sarika was reading my mind. Suddenly, it appeared. Its design was far too complicated and intricate to be called a sword. It was sharp like metal, but it had a strange luster that was all its own. It was a D-sword, big enough to cover Serika's entire upper body. It was like what she'd used to kill Nono. You should have escaped with the others, Nishira Takaru.
Miyashiro Takuru.
Behind her blade, I could see a slight change in her expression.
お前。
It was the same look I'd seen before she was talking about Dad, as if she hated everything she saw. Right as she jumped, I felt a burning heat in my right shoulder and fell to the ground. A moment later, I felt a pain like nothing I'd ever experienced before. I grabbed my shoulder with my left hand and felt something nasty, warm and sticky. It was blood. I'd been cut. If I reacted even a moment later, she would have chopped my entire shoulder off. I looked up. Sedeka was already bringing her blade down. I forced myself to twist out of the way, ignoring the blood spurting from my shoulder. This time, the pain was in my left leg. I ignored it too, trying my best to get away. Sedeka walked over to me, slowly. I must have bit something in my mouth when I rolled, because I tasted something bitter and metallic. Why? I was too late. I underestimated the committee. Sedeka stopped, close enough to strike me with her D-sword, and began to speak. Sakuma's replacement already made contact with me. There's nowhere left to run. I can't keep you alive. I don't want you to end up like the other victims. No way. So now she's going to kill me? The same way that she killed Nono? With that D-sword? The pain from the cuts kept me from thinking, and the blood loss drained away my will to resist. I couldn't feel my left leg anymore, but I couldn't stop looking at Serika. I wasn't sure. Were there any important blood vessels around the calves? Are there? Probably. I'll be joining you soon. Let's talk on the other side. Sedeka swung her D-sword at me again. And then I felt something burst within me. I leapt at Serika. I reached out my hand without thinking, and I felt something warm and rough. I heard her scream in my ears. By the time I'd realized I had reached into the cut on her stomach and ripped out the stitches, I was already on top of her. Her D-sword had disappeared. My hands went straight for her neck. My fingers stuck into her flesh. And the only thing I saw was the colored red dripping down from the base of her neck. Was it my stomach? Was it my blood from when she cut my shoulder? Or hers when I ripped open her stomach? Or had my nails broken the skin on her neck? Whatever it was red, and it was spreading. I couldn't stop myself from gripping tighter. My fingers dug deeper and deeper, and the soft sensation of her skin began to recede. Instead, I felt thick muscle and hard bone. Ellipsis. 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 When it was all over, the pain in my leg and shoulder were gone. No, they were still there, but it didn't feel like my own pain. It was like I was watching myself on top of Serika from a distance. But when I took my hands off her neck, that feeling disappeared and everything else came flooding back. Serika's eyes had rolled up into her head, and her tongue was sticking out of her mouth. I felt an unpleasant wetness in my underwear. It was her blood from where I'd sat on her. The blood was pouring out from the gash in her stomach. Serika wasn't moving anymore. Did I just kill her? Did I strangle her to death? I suddenly felt the urge to vomit. Why? Why was I on top of Serika? Why are my hands covered in blood? My head hurt. My field of vision went red. My heart was pounding hard. Over me was the body of the girl I'd created. I held my head with my bloody hands. It hurt so much that it felt like it was going to explode. My eyes hurt too. Everything was turning red. Huh. Suddenly, my vision cleared up. The lights above the stage seemed impossibly bright, like the sun at the end of a tunnel. I felt pain in my eyes. I reached my hand up to them and saw that my fingers were covered in pink tears. And that was when I realized Serika wasn't here. My hands weren't covered with blood. I twisted my neck to look at my shoulder. My clothes weren't even cut. There wasn't a single wound on my leg either. What just happened? I was sitting on the ground, alone, by the seats near the entrance. Man, you're such an asshole, you know that. I didn't raise you to be like that. I leaped up to my feet. Dad? Dad was up on the stage. He was standing in the center, like the lead singer on a musical. And at his feet was... Serika, the girl I thought I just killed, was lying at his feet. There was no blood on her clothes, and the cut on her stomach hadn't been torn open. But she must have been unconscious because she wasn't moving. Even right when you were about to kill her in that delusion, she didn't resist at all. Ain't that cute? I suddenly understood what was going on. Mind control. But since when? Was I already under its effects when I came into the theater? And when I came inside, I'd felt a sharp pain. My vision had blurred for a moment. When I tested my powers with the lollipop, was I already under his spell? The pain and the heat I felt so real, but it was all an illusion. But I could still feel the sensation of wringing Serika's neck on my hands. If you just let her kill you, your heart would have shattered too. That tapped his own heart. But you killed her instead. What's up with that, Sakura? Girls don't like boys who get violent. Hearing Dad talk on the same tone he always did was almost enough to get me to let my guard down. But this is one of but this wasn't the man I knew. The man on the stage wasn't the dad I knew. What is that machine? I take a good look at it. Dad was wearing some kind of rucksack, and I could see some kind of device inside of it. And what is he carrying? Dad was also wearing a piece of headgear that connected to it. And the long cylindrical machine he was holding was connected to it by a cord. So that's it. If he has psychic powers like we do, then he has to have one too. That must be Dad's D-sword. I wanted to not like his D-sword, but it's kind of cool too, I guess. But why does he have one? I thought that those powers only appeared in brains that were still developing during the earthquake. My research has shown that this only occurred in the young. His brains were still developing, particularly those experiencing something that put them in states of extreme stress.
Looks
more like a Keyblade than most D-swords, you're right. Knows what Kunosato-san had said. Oh, yes. Dad saw what I was looking at and tapped his rucksack with his D-sword. Amazing, huh? One of the results of our research. Let's even normal people like me have powers similar to Giggler maniacs. This is a terminal for a certain machine. That machine used to be here, but it ran into some trouble, and that's what caused the earthquake. And those were bad times. Dad sounded like a child whose favorite toy had been broken. It was clear he didn't care at all about the people who died or whose lives had been ruined by the earthquake. Because of that, I lost my job. No money, no employees. It took me 6 years to rebuild the thing. Those idiots in the committee. So that was how he'd been able to do that to Ito. And how he'd been able to kill Yui. I felt a mix of rage, sorrow, and hate. All the feelings were so strong I wanted to scream. No, it doesn't matter. Once I deal with you, I can go back to my research. It was like he was picking just the right words to make me even angrier. To be honest, I was a little worried. Runaway came here on her own. I needed you, not her. So I thought I had a problem on my hands. He looked down at her and poked her with the artificial D-sword. She still didn't move. It can't be. Is Sirika... Just dead, obviously. Funny, ain't it? He seemed to say. I made her fight you with delusion, but she realized it was all mind control halfway through, so she put her D-sword away and didn't resist right up until the moment you killed her. It's amazing how much she cared about you. He kicked her hard enough that she turned over. So, stop it. You're amazing. You were consumed with rage over losing Nona. I just gave you that a little boost. And then you killed her without any mercy. It's amazing how much you cared about Nona too. I could feel my whole body getting hot. Stop it. Don't you dare say Nono's name. Not with that face, not with that voice. What the hell are you thinking? Aw. And the way Dad's expression didn't change at all only made me angrier. Did he really not understand? We all lived together for years, hadn't we? And we come here as a family, hadn't we? Yuto and Yuki are worried about you.
いなくなったあんたのことを心配してる。
No, what? You haven't told them yet. Yuri always trusted you,
ずっとあん
and...
たを信頼してた。それに
No.
きっかけは
It started with what you said when I was helping Takuru with his physical therapy. You're doing a great job for someone who hasn't gone to school. I'm impressed.
なかなかだぞという一言でした。きっと
I'm sure that's just the way a father
そういう
is.
ものなんでし
I
ょう。
love the rules you made for our family.
父さんが
Thank you.
作った家のルール、私は好きでした。ありがとう。くれぐれも
And please don't drink
飲み
too
すぎには
much.
注意してください。
She believed in you. She thought you were part of our family. So what the hell are you thinking? My words echoed off the walls of the theater and came back to me again and again. And then I realized that I was the same way. I had believed in Dad too from the bottom of my heart. But he... Dad chuckled and scratched his head, like I'd seen him do many times before. It was the same thing he'd always done when Nana was schooling him at home. Takuru, do you have anything you enjoy doing?
は
There's gotta be something you like, right? There's no point in living otherwise.
人間なんてやってらんねえだろうが。
What's he talking about? That wasn't what I asked. Why did you kill Yui? Why did he kill Nono? Aw, your friend killed Yui, and this girl killed Nono.
ノノをやったのはこいつだろうがよ。
Shut up!
こ
Oh,
れ
scary. What the hell is so funny about this to you? I clenched my fists into hands and gripped so tight in my rage that my nails dug into my skin.
あんたどうして
How are you capable of doing this? It doesn't make any sense.
何を
Don't get so
怒るんだ
mad,
って
okay?
今言
I
ったろ
just told you. You need to have fun. What the hell does that even mean?
俺はな
I had high hopes for you.
お前に期待してたんだ
You
よ
were so badly broken.
人間一人
You managed to
やる
reboot
と
an
しまう
entire
ぐらい
human
ぶっ
being.
壊れてたからな。どこまで行
So
け
I
る
started
か
looking
どこま
forward
で
to seeing
狂
how
える
far you
か
could go.
楽しみにして
How
た。
crazy you could become.
は
That's fucked up, but we already suspected that to be the case.
お前みてえなギ
If
ガ
a
ロマ
Gecko
ニアッ
maniac
クスが
like you
好きな
started doing
ことを
whatever
好
you
きなだけや
wanted,
るようにな
whenever
った
you
ら
wanted to do it,
本
it would
当に
be
すげえんだ
amazing.
ぜ。
You could wreck
こ
the
の
whole
世界さ
world.
めちゃくちゃにできちまう。面
It'd
白い
be hilarious.
たま
I'd
んね
love to see it. I
そ
could
れを観
observe
測
it,
して
calculate
計
it,
算
come up
し
with the
て
theory
理
and
論を
experiment
組
some
んで
more.
また実験して
I'd love to
そ
see
の
what
ループの
lies
先に
beyond
ど
the
んな
end
も
of
ん
that
が
loop.
現れるのか
Don't you think the
俺は
thought
見
of
て
that
み
is
て
just
えな
exciting,
ワクワ
Takuru?
クしねえかタクル
Dad kept using the same voice he'd always used at home, but I couldn't even hear a word. The anger inside me just kept building.
とにかくよ
What I'm trying to
ど
say
んな
is
時で
this.
も
No
自
matter
分
what
が面白い
happens,
と思うこ
do
とに
whatever
し
you
なっと
think
け
is fun.
これは
And that's a little life
父親
lesson
代わ
from
り
your
の
dear
人
old
生君
dad.
ってやつだ
父親だ
Dad,
よ
you're not my
な
father!
んか父親じゃない
I screamed at the top of my lungs. Blah, blah, blah. But Dad just kept on smiling.
とにかくな
Anyway,
俺にとっ
to
ち
me,
ゃ
Gigglomaniac research is the
研究は
most
最高だ
most fun thing in the
こんなに
world.
楽しいこ
There's
と
nothing
他
else
に存
that's
在しねえ
this entertaining.
これが
And that's
お
my
前
answer
の
to your
質問へ
question.
の答えだ
But that can't be. That was the only reason. The only reason he worked for the committee, the only reason he did all those horrible experiments in the basement.
ユイや
So
ノ
the
ノや
reason
伊
he did
藤
that
た
to
ち
you,
をあんな目
no,
に
he
遭わ
told
せ
him
た
all
の
the others.
それ
だから
How many times do I have to tell you?
面白
Because
い
it
だ
was
ろ
fun.
その方が
You bastard! Next thing I knew, I was running. And the D-sword appeared in my hand instantly. I had no weight, but I could feel that it was there. I listened to the blades roar as I ran down the corridor. And swung it upward at the bastard on the stage. And there was a high-pitched noise and a brilliant light, and I stopped. My hand went numb for a second. The mechanical D-sword had blocked my swing. Here! Dad's muscles bulged like thick ropes as he swung his giant D-sword down at me. I barely managed to block it, but the impact knocked me back into the front row of seats. And there's a sharp pain in my arm, and I'd been cut a little. When I first got cut, it was just a delusion, but this time, real blood was running down my arm. Wait, are you really gonna try to fight me, despite how weak you are? Dad didn't move a step. He raised the giant D-sword onto his shoulders. His huge body was at least 185 centimeters tall, and he towered over me from the stage like a wall. Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to play with my son once in a while. It's not fair to give the girls all the attention. Takaru, can you just, like, blast him with, like, dying delusions? Like, mind powers, you're dying dead. I don't know. I know that's not how this works, but, like, come on. He deserves an anticlimactic death like that, I think. Come on up. I do wish we had more than a single corpse for an audience. But what can you do, huh? Mind blasting him with death. Then he kicked Serika's unmoving body once more. I felt angered, but also an incredible despair. Or indescribable despair. I can read. What was I doing here? I'd come to find out the truth from Serika, but I'd killed her myself. There was no reason for me to be here anymore. So didn't that mean there was no reason to try and fight Dad? No, it wouldn't even be a fight. I'd probably just get myself killed. So maybe... When Serika had cut open my leg before, it had only been an illusion. I could run to the exit. If I had caught him off guard, I could escape, maybe. But... what? Damn it all. I went forward. I hadn't done any real exercise since my physical therapy 5 years before. A vision of Nono and Yui's faces flashed through my mind. And for some reason, I also saw Serika smiling, like she used to do when we were when we were in the newspaper club. What's wrong? Come up onto the stage. The audience is getting bored. When I looked at him, I suddenly had an idea in the corner of my mind. I remembered what he'd said. That the machine on his back was what gave him his power. That he was an artificial gigalomaniac. But what if I could get rid of that machine? I might be able to do it. No, I have to do it. I stood and climbed up onto the stage. The lights shone down upon my head. I could hear a non-existent crowd screaming for my death from the empty seats. I readied my D-sword. My hand still felt a little numb. Hey, looking like a hero, Zakaru. Good stuff. I took a step to the side, trying to look as natural as possible.
あいつが
I was going to use his
あのまま
D-sword.
ディソードを使うなら
By moving to the side, I was able to see part of the device on his back. And hit him with my power as hard as I could. Dad heard a noise from behind him and turned around. I had a clear view of the machine. Now. I concentrated more intensely and hit him with more of my power. You asshole. Dad then howled like a wild animal and swung his D-sword. But I didn't stop. If I could just destroy that machine. Colors. Oh. Huh? That's not where we were. My vision suddenly blurred. I felt a cold wind on my cheek, and I could see the city in the distance. Where am I? On the top of the school. Damn it. More mind control. I panicked and tried to use my D-sword. Only to find that it was gone. My D-sword had disappeared. What the hell? Damn it! I concentrated as hard as I could. I imagined the pale light of the sword. Come on, come on! I couldn't see him or sense him, but Dad was probably right in front of me with his huge D-sword. Why can't I make my D-sword appear? I can't see it, I can't find it. It's always supposed to appear when I imagine it. What did you want to talk about, Non-chan? Sadako was standing there, on the roof. And so was... Don't try to fool me with your power. You know exactly what I want to talk about, right, Sarika? It was Nono. Nono was standing in front of me talking. Nono's alive. Nono was... No, that's not right. My sense of logic dispelled the hope that was forming in my mind. And this is mind control. Dad's power is causing me to hallucinate. The two of them were right in front of me, but didn't seem to know I was there. So you found out, Kurisu, no. Yes. Suddenly, Sarika changed. The smiling happy girl from the newspaper club disappeared. She became a cold, remorseless killer. Stop it. Oh, no way. I knew I was being mind controlled, but I couldn't help myself. I felt a cold chill in my heart, and all the hairs on my body stood up on end. Then, you must know what's coming next, right? Sarika's D-sword appeared in her hand. Nono didn't seem surprised. She just glared at Sarika. Stop it. Stop it, Serika.
タクルのことも
Are you going to kill Takaru too?
それはない
No, I'll keep
あい
him
つのこ
alive.
とは
That's
私が
why I
生かし続ける
exist.
それが私の存在理由だ
I don't believe you. That's why I'm going to stop you. Even if it kills me.
この命そう言うと
I thought you'd say that.
だから
That's
お前
why you're
は
in the way.
邪魔なんだ
やめろ
Stop! I screamed at Serika, stepped forward. But there was no sign that she heard me. I tried to summon my D-sword, but it didn't work. I tried to get between the two of them. Only to realize that I couldn't move. My legs felt like they were rooted to the ground.
どうして
Why?
どうして
Why? But my head was clear. I couldn't let this happen. I knew I had to stop it, but... Serika and Nono's D-swords clashed with each other. They created a flash so bright that I was forced to close my eyes. Then Nono's D-sword cracked. You made a mistake. I can see exactly what you're thinking. I can't believe you still thought that I was your friend. Serika kept moving forward. There's no hesitation on her face.
やめろ
No! Stop! No matter how much I screamed, they didn't hear me. I couldn't move. Serika crossed right in front of me, carrying her gigantic deadly weapon. And there is no friendship within me. And in the next moment,
タクル
Takaru,
ごめん
I'm
ね
sorry. It felt like Nono looked right at me. And then, Serika's D-sword ran her through. My vision suddenly blurred. I felt a cold wind on my cheek, and I could see the city in the distance. I could hear a sob. I had been crying without realizing it. I looked around, forgetting even to wipe the tears from my cheeks. And the roof was lit up by the moon. There was nothing here. There was no one here. Of course, there was no sign of Serika or Nono's body. Then, what was that just now? Calm down. Calm down. This is all mind control. All just a hallucination. It's a fake vision that Dad created. That's right. It's just like a movie. It has to be. Nono died by Serika's hand. Serika killed Nono. That really did happen, I saw it. But it's not happening now. It's all part of the past, there's no changing it.
何
What did you want to talk about, Non-chan? Don't try to fool me. With your power, you know exactly what I want to talk about, right, Serika? Again, the two of them were standing there just like they were before. So you found out, Kurisu no no. Yes. Then, you must know what's coming next, right?
タクルのことも
Are you going to kill Takaru too? No, I will keep him alive. That's why I exist. I don't believe you. That's why I'm going to stop you. Even if it kills me.
この命を使ってでも
I thought you'd say that. That's why you're in the way. The two of them played out the exact same scene as before. There's still no sign that they'd noticed me. My heart began to pound loudly again. I remembered how it felt to hold Nono's body in my hands. The smell of her blood, the way the warmth drained from her body, and the way her eyes would never look at me again. Calm down. I tried to tell myself that over and over. This was just part of the past. Screaming wouldn't change the fact that I couldn't interfere with it. No. Maybe this wasn't even part of the past. I hadn't heard this conversation. Everything except the fact that Serika had killed Nono could just be a hallucination that my dad had created. I tried to run away, growing ever more frustrated on my unmoving legs. But nothing worked. Which made sense, after all, the real me wasn't even here. It was on top of the stage, trapped in hallucination, with Dad his gigantic D-sword standing right in front of me. You made a mistake. I can see exactly what you're thinking. I can't believe you still thought that I was your friend. Zedeka raised her D-sword and advanced. It was happening again. I never wanted to re-experience that horrible moment, but it was happening all over again. I looked away. No, I tried to look away, but my head wouldn't move. I couldn't take my eyes off the scene before me. And then Nono looked right at me. What are you doing here? And Serika killed Nono again. And then I found myself back at the beginning once more. On the cold, moonlit roof. I wrapped my arms around my body tightly, trying to warm myself against the freezing air. What was that? Nono looked right at me. I saw her looking at me, I'm sure of it. She actually saw me. No, that's impossible. I'm not really here. I know that was Nona's voice I just heard, but she was definitely looking right at me. If I'm a real gigalomaniac, does that mean I have the power to interfere with the past? If that's really true, was that the real Nono and not a hallucination? Calm down. Calm down. My head hurt, and I was losing the ability to think. No, this is an illusion. It's all an illusion. And there's no way I can interfere with the past. What did you want to talk about, Non-chan? Don't try to fool me. With your power, you know exactly what I want to talk about, right, Serika? On my third time saying the exact same thing, I was finally able to close my eyes. Stop it. I don't want to see Nono die anymore. I put my hands over my ears to block out the sound, but I could still hear them saying the same words. The last conversation Nono would ever have flowed directly into my head. You made a mistake. I can see exactly what you're thinking. I can't believe you still thought that I was your friend.
私の中に
There's no
友
friendship
情など
within
存
me.
在しない。
I didn't have to look to know what was happening. I knew the expressions on their faces. I knew the looks in their eyes. The angle that Serika held to her D-sword at, and even how she was going to swing it, I knew it all.
タクル、
Takura,
どう
why
して
won't you
助けてくれ
save
ないの
me? I suddenly opened my eyes without warning and felt warm blood splash on my face the second I did. There was no time even to scream. I shut my eyes tightly again, but I could feel the wind on my cheeks again. I was stuck frozen on that roof again. The muscles in my face had tensed up. There was nothing funny happening, but I was letting out a noise that sounded like laughter. My teeth were chattering.
何
What did you want to talk about,
話って
Non-chan?
しらじらしい
Don't try to
わね
fool me. With your power. You know exactly what I want to talk about.
わかるん
Right,
でしょ
Serika? I covered my ears, but the words went right into my brain. I didn't know how I could possibly be any more confused. What was that? Why was Nono in front of me?
なぜ
Why won't you
答
answer
えてく
me?
れないの
Stop it. Please. I didn't want to open my eyes. I wanted to keep them shut. For some reason, the moment Nono was killed, they opened on their own. Nono kept dying in front of me. Nono had taken care of me and kept me safe before I'd even woken up from my coma. From my perspective, that was before I'd ever even known her. She was a part of my family. She was the only big sister I had. She kept dying over and over again in front of me.
なぜ
Why do I have to
私
die?
が死ななければならないの
My head hurt, but the pain didn't even work as an anchor to keep my mind connected to reality. The Sona was a hallucination, I knew that. But the words she said were ripping my mind apart.
なぜ
Why didn't you
ユ
save
イを助け
Yui?
てくれなかったのなぜ
Why did you try and
事件を
solve the
追いか
case
けた
at
り
all?
したの
Nuna looked at me and kept asking that. Were those her last words before she was killed? Her dying screams? Her final message? No more. I already said I didn't want to see her die again. Please, stop it. My eyes were closed, but I could see her death repeating again and again in my mind. The D-sword running through her chest. The blood everywhere. The tiny sound coming from her throat like air leaking from a bag. Her blood was hot when it landed on my face. It didn't have that metallic smell, but it was hot. Blah blah blah. I couldn't tell anymore. Was this really a hallucination? Maybe this was the real no-no. Maybe this is what she'd really thought. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you save Yui? Why did you try and solve the case at all? I told you not to do anything dangerous. I told you not to get revenge. It's all your fault. I heard a sound somewhere. It was the sound of something snapping. I didn't want to see anything anymore. I didn't want to hear anything anymore. I didn't want to feel anything anymore. I closed off my heart, wishing for nothing more than that.
おいおい
Come
そこ
on.
で殻に
Don't
閉じ
retreat
こ
into
もる
your
な
shell
よ
now.
罪の
I'm
意識だ
sick
けで
and
立ち
tired
止
of
まるお
seeing
前な
you
ん
stop
ざ
moving
もう見飽
because
きて
of
んだよ
guilt. I heard a voice from somewhere, speaking directly into my head. But I held my hands over my ears anyway. I didn't want to hear anything.
しょうがねえな
Fine.
なら
I'll have
立ち
to
止ま
make
れ
it
ない
so
よう
you
にする
can't
しかね
stop
え
then.
かウッドバーンヘロン
You
は
ever
知って
heard
る
of
か
Woodburn Heron?
じゃあ
Anyway,
また
see you in a
1ヶ
month.
月後にな
Have fun breaking.
楽しく壊れろよ
And then, just like a computer monitor being powered off, everything disappeared. What? Ellipsis. What is this? And it was dark. I couldn't see anything. It was in a huge, dark, empty space, like nothing I'd ever experienced before. I couldn't even tell if my eyes were open or not. I tried blinking, but the darkness didn't change. I tried to rub my eyes to see if that helped. But my hands wouldn't move. No, not just my hands, nothing moved. There was no sensation of standing. There was no feeling of weight in my body. Huh? Am I lying down? No, wait. Am I floating? It's almost like I'm in zero gravity, or just floating in water with no resistance. Like my body's just drifting along. The only thing that existed was silence. I could hear the sound of my heartbeat echoing. But even in the overwhelming darkness, I felt a little better. Anything was better than seeing Nono die again and again. It didn't matter what. Compared to hearing Nono's last words over and over. Ellipsis. I did nothing but float there. It was like being almost asleep. There was something stopping me from falling asleep altogether. It felt weird and unpleasant. I tried to at least do something about the floating. But there was nothing to grab onto, nowhere to stand, and my body wouldn't move. I wanted to find something solid. I tried my best to find it. Ellipsis. Suddenly I realized, where am I? What am I doing here? Ellipsis, exclamation mark. No. This has to be more mind control. This darkness is just another hallucination. Wah! I tried to scream and wave my arms. But there was no sound and no movement. If I couldn't move, I wanted to at least feel something with one of my senses. It could be a bright light, screaming, even pain. A novel bitter taste, or even a horrible smell. If I didn't find something fast, I'd lose track of where I ended and where the darkness began. I know. What about my shoulder injury for when my dad knocked me into the seats? I desperately tried to feel the pain on my shoulder, but it didn't work. I couldn't feel anything, even whether or not it was bleeding. I felt like the darkness was gradually burying me, like ants swarming over a piece of candy. The boundary line between my own body and the rest of the world got even blurrier. Ellipsis, exclamation mark. No way. I finally remembered a certain piece of information. I remember what my dad said just before this happened. Woodburn Heron was in it. I matched the name with what was going on. That was a famous experiment, if I remembered right. Heron sensory deprivation experiment. He would put subjects in a soundproofed room that was completely silent, blindfolded them so they couldn't see, then tie them up with a straitjacket kept at exactly the same body temperature to take away their sense of touch. Except for eating simple meals and defecating, they were all kept on a bed at all times. The purpose of his experiment was to find out how many days a human being could last in that state. The results had been far less than what he'd expected. The most any of them could endure was 2 to 3 days. There were someone who complained about disturbed thinking after only a few hours. If they continued with the experiment anyway, they would start hearing and seeing things and almost go insane. A human being can't endure long periods of time with no stress or stimulation. The experiment was now banned because of how dangerous it was. And then I remembered something else. Something terrifying. What did Dad say to me? See you in a month? Is he going to make me spend a month like this? I screamed. But I couldn't even hear my voice. Ellipsis. 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 The first change was to my sense of vision. It was after about 2 days had passed from what I could tell. It would have been about dinner time. I wasn't sleepy or hungry. At some point, I started counting numbers. 1 second, 2 seconds. It was meaningless, but I felt like I'd go crazy if I didn't do something. When I just about passed the 100,000 seconds, the darkness in front of me suddenly began to shine. What? Who's there? It wasn't a camera flash or a light bulb. It was just a blurry glow. That was all. I couldn't see anything else or even move. When I saw it, I lost track of my number and started over. The light came every 100,000 seconds. A day was 60 times 60 times 24, so 86,400 seconds. Perfect. I decided to round up and call each 100,000 seconds a day. When there was no light, I was bored. I wished so many times for something to happen. Someone come here. Even that, I don't care. I'd rather be fighting a battle with D-swords that I know I can't win. No, actually, I'd rather be stabbed with a D-sword. I want to feel pain. I thought that when the light came for the 30th time I could escape. Because that would mean a month had passed. The month was 30 days. But nothing happened. The light just kept coming at the same pace as before. When the light came again after 30 days passed, I stopped counting how many times it had come. I stopped counting to 100,000 too. What's the point of counting anyway? Are you going to stop counting? No. I heard that voice very clearly. I started hearing voices sometimes when I neared the 30th appearance of the light. Are you just going to die like this? What's Miyashita Park like? Hey senpai, how did you meet Gun-san? Adios, gracias. Why did he leave me to die? You idiot, are you just going to die here? The newspaper club's just getting started, right? Tell me, why didn't you save me? I hurt so much when I died. You ever heard of Woodburn Heron? The voices came and disappeared without listening to my responses. I always wanted to see their faces. I was already starting to forget what everyone looked like. Maybe if I saw them again, I could stop the darkness from swallowing up all of my memories. I'll let you out of here. I'll go kill Dad for you. Really? I tried, but it didn't work. I couldn't do it alone. Should we help? Really? You'll do that for me? Don't underestimate the power of a teenage girl. Adios, gracias. Wait. What's wrong, big bro? No, Don't tell me you're lonely all by yourself. Give me a break. That's not true. Of course I'm not lonely. No, I wanted to tell you to be careful. Dad's power is... What was it again? What's wrong? Where's Sakuma? I can't go kill him if I don't know. Tell me. You're wasting time. Huh? That's strange. He should be right there. Huh? There? Where's there? Takuru-san? Have you ever heard of Woodburn Heron? Don't you know I'm a right-sider? Of course I know. He's the guy who came up with the theory that a day is 86,400 seconds. See? Amazing, right? Ellipsis. 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 I was slowly breaking and melting away. Suddenly, I felt something stabbing me somewhere. Ellipsis question mark. It was the pain I've been wishing for, but I didn't care anymore. I was just tired of it.
殺してあげる
I'll kill you. No, please don't stab me.
なぜ
Why? I don't want to die.
どうして
Why? Because it hurts.
痛みなんて
You
感じ
aren't
てな
feeling
い
any
じゃない
pain. Sakura.
タク
Are you really there?
あなた本当にそこにいるの
Nono kept stabbing me, like she was trying to find out where I was. When that sound finally stopped, I heard a wet, slopping noise. I could tell her hands were jammed inside my body, rummaging through my guts. I could imagine the blood. But Nono was right. I didn't feel any pain. That's strange. It hurt a moment ago. No, let me see you. I'm sorry. You can kill me if you want.
なぜ
Why? Because I want to see you. I want to see anybody. I'm lonely. Ellipsis. No. Why? Why did you leave? No, wait. Was that really No? Was that Nono's voice? Did she really talk like that? Wait a second. What was Nono's last name? That orphanage. I can't remember the place's name. There were two sisters there. What were their names? Or, wait, was it a brother and sister? Everything started turning black. Who was that girl who always told me not to lie? Who was the one in the white lab coat? The one who didn't talk? The one who always seemed scared? He was tapping me a moment ago.
わからないの
You don't know?
ひどい先輩
You're awful,
ですね
senpai. Shut up. Suddenly, the noises started to bother me. I didn't want to be criticized by these people when I didn't even know their names. Please, anybody, somebody kill. Ow. I was surprised by a sudden, fierce pain in my head. Thud. I could feel the blood flowing into my head. How many months had it been since I'd felt pain so clearly like this? No, how many years? Maybe decades?
いつまで
How long are you
そん
gonna
なこと
keep
をしてるん
doing
です
that?
か
It
私
hurt
も
a lot more for
ず
me.
っと痛かったんだけど
I said shut up. All of you shut up. I don't even know who you people are. All of you just disappear. Go away forever. Save me. Save me. Redacted. And when I said someone's name, everything suddenly became better. All the voices disappeared, and the pain in my head was gone.
タク
Taku?
タク
Taku, are you
大丈夫？
okay? Huh?
怪我
Are
は
you hurt? Nope.
平気
You're
だね
fine. She was right next to me, as if that was the most natural place in the world for her to be.
お前
No, wait. What are
お前
you
なんで
doing here?
ここに
お
Hmm?
私
I'm
はい
always
つ
by
も
your side,
タクの
Taku.
隣にいるよ
This is impossible. When Dad used his mind control on me, I killed her.
そうだ
That's right.
僕
I
僕
remember. Dad used his mind control on me. In the theater cube at the Hikari wall. So that means the Serika is
僕の
just another one of my
ただの
delusions.
妄想か
Yep,
昔
just
み
like
た
old
いだね
times, huh? Sariko laughed, and I didn't know why.
で、
So,
どう
how do you like it?
何が
What?
思考誘
Mind
導
control.
どんな
How's
感
it
じ
feel?
なかなか
It's
だよ。
pretty rough.
結構きつい。
そう
Yeah,
結
it
構
looks
居
pretty
心地良さ
comfy.
そうだけど
You don't get hungry
お腹
either,
も空かない
right?
んでしょ
Sariko looked around into the empty void. She was acting like she'd just come over to check out her friend's new house.
お前な、
Listen,
一
you
度こう
learned
な
how
って
much
み
it
ろよ。
sucks not being able to move if it ever
体を動
happened
か
to
せないの
you.
がどんなに辛いか。
Mm,
そり
I
ゃ
don't think I could
私
handle
は
it.
耐えられそう
But
に
you
な
went
い
through
け
that
ど
during your physical
タクは
therapy,
リハ
right?
ビリの時に経験済みじゃん
あの時は
When
動
I
かそう
tried
と
to
する
move
たび
back
にちゃん
then,
と痛
I
みが
felt
走った。
pain. Even if
動
I
いてなくて
wasn't
も
moving, it
動
felt
か
like
し
it
て
was
るっていう
trying to
実感
move.
があったんだよ。
Hmm?
そういう
Is
も
that how it
の
works? Sarika tilted her head at me.
これ、
What's happening on the
向こうは
other
どうなってる？
side?
向こう
On the other side?
現実だよ。
Reality. I
つ
mean,
まり
the
シア
me
タ
in
ー
the
キューブに
theater
いる僕
cube.
だ。
I'm probably lying on the
思考誘導を受けて、
ground after he used his
多分
mind
倒
control,
れてるだろう。
right? I didn't even have the slightest idea how much time had passed. But it had to have been much longer than a day or two. The Restoration Festival was probably long since over, and I might have already starved to death.
それは
I
ないん
don't
じゃな
think
いかな
so. If you're talking with me right now, that means you're alive, right?
生きてるってことでしょ
そう
And
だ
that's
けど。
true, but
情報を
you're
ま
the
とめ
one
て
who
理
always
屈で
talked
考
about
え
how
ろ
you had to
ってい
put
つも
your
言ってる
information
のは
together
タ
and
クだ
think
ろ
through logically, weren't you? Oh.
こっちと向こう
So
の
maybe
時
time
間が
flows differently
違
here
うと
than
か
on the other side? She's right. That's very possible.
ひなちゃんたち
What
は
happened
ど
to
うした
Hina-chan
の
and the others?
ひなちゃん。
Hina-chan. Oh, right. Hinae. Arimura Hinae. I can speak good. How did I forget about her?
新庄さん
I
たち
think
と
she
一緒に
escaped Shibuya with
渋
Shinja's
谷を
son
抜
and
け出したと思
others.
う。
トチって
Who are the
誰
others?
ウキちゃ
Uki-chan
んと
and
ゆうとくん
Yuta-kun
と
and
久野里さん。
Kunosato-san.
あれれ
Huh?
はなちゃ
What
ん
about
は
Hana-chan?
あいつは事
She
件と
wasn't
直接関
directly
係ないか
involved in
ら
the case,
渋谷に
so I
残っ
had
て
her
ると
stay
思う
in。Shibuya.
そっか
I see. And then Sarika started asking me one question after another. Could I really not move? Was the light I sometimes saw a hallucination? Were the voices I heard just auditory hallucinations? I took a long time answering each one in as much detail as possible. I had plenty of time after all. And just the act of having a conversation was wonderful. It was something I'd done all the time in my daily life and at the newspaper club. I come to think of it, who first used the phrase, "You don't know what you've got till it's gone," and when did they use it? Great question, buddy. Is having the biggest of thoughts.
わかんな
I
い
don't
よ
know.
ポケコン
I
持
should
って
have
く
brought
れ
my
ばよかったか
Pokécom,
な
maybe. I laughed a little, although I wasn't sure if Serika was serious or joking. Each time I would answer one of her questions, Serika's expression would change. She'd laugh or get mad, and sometimes she'd even try to correct me. She really did seem like a normal person.
何
What is it?
お前、
You used
昔
to
は
be a
僕の妄
delusion
想
of
で
mine.
どこにもい
You
なかった
didn't
んだ
really
な。
exist.
うーん
Aww,
バ
you
レちゃっ
found
た
out,
か
huh? She acted just like a kid who'd been caught while playing hide and seek.
他の人からは
How did it
どう
look
見えて
to
たん
other
だ
people? She wasn't real. I must have spent all my time as a kid talking to empty ear. Yeah.
どうって
I think it's just like how you're imagining it.
でもさ
But not that
私
many
とタ
people
ク
saw
が
us
一緒にいる
together,
ところ
right?
なんて
It's
そ
just
んな
your
に見られ
parents,
てない
mostly?
よ。タクの両親くらいじゃない？あと
Oh,
病
and
院の地下
Senri-chan
で
in the
セン
hospital
リちゃんに
basement.
か
That was a screw
あ
up.
れは失敗
That's
し
how
たな。
Nonchan found me out,
そ
you
のせい
know?
で私のんちゃんにバレちゃったんだよね。
That's right. Serika and I spent almost all of our time in my room. I'd never been to her house. No, actually, according to Kinosato-san, her house never even existed.
言ってくれればよ
You
かっ
should
たの
have
に
told me.
そういう
I
わけ
couldn't
に
do
はいかない
that.
よ。
She laughed, but she seemed a little bothered.
でも
But
あの時は
about
どう
that
だったん
one
だ
sign.
お？
渋谷
The
地震
Shibuya earthquake.
ああ。
And I remembered carrying Sarika through the hell that was post-earthquake Shibuya. But if she'd only just been born when I had that headache, when I was in the Yogi shelter, I hadn't really been carrying her on my back after all. Only then did I remember why I was here. It wasn't to talk about old times. よくわかんないけど、 But
でも
maybe you
ちょ
just
っ
seemed
と
a
変
little off.
くらいにしか
Not
見え
much
て
worse
なかっ
than
たと
that.
思うよ。
I was unconscious, so you didn't
私
really
は
talk
気
to
を
me
失ってた
much.
からあんまり話してないし。あんな状況
And with
じゃ
everything
タ
else
クが
going on,
独り言を
I
言っ
don't
て
think
ると
anybody
か
cared if you were
歩いてる
talking to
姿勢がお
yourself
か
or
しいと
walking a little
か
funny.
別に誰も
Taku?
タク
Huh?
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
いや
Nothing. If I could have moved my body, I would have been looking straight back into Sarika's eyes.
お前を生み出した
When I
時
created you,
僕はお前
what
に
exactly did I
何を
wish
望んだんだろ
for?
うそれはね
You know,
わか
I'm
んな
not
いよ。
sure. She didn't seem surprised or upset at all.
だって
Because
今の私
I
は
only know what you
タク
know
の知ってる
right
こ
here
と
in
しか
this
知らな
moment.
いもん。向こうの彼女
And
し
only
か
the me
知
in the
らない
real
ことだ
world
もん。
knows the answer to that. Yeah, that's right. The Sarika in front of me might look alive, but she's really just another delusion of mine. So she doesn't know anything that I don't. I created her all over again, just to help me get through this torture. She's just a... Oh. When I realized it, I felt so disgusted with myself. I felt so pathetic that I wanted to cry. How could I be so shameless? I killed
僕
the
は
real Onaway.
向こうの尾の絵を殺したんだぞ
Even if it was a trap created by Dad's mind control, I had still killed her with my own two hands. She'd almost killed me, then I lost control and killed her instead. I torn open her stomach injury and then strangled her. Saying I'd been mind controlled was just an excuse. I knew that the rage and desire to kill her I had felt was real. Even without the mind control, if the same thing happened in reality, then I would probably do it again. I'd kill her all over again.
だけど尾の
But
絵は
in a way,
違っ
it
た
was different. Even when the delusionary me tried to kill her, she just chose to die rather than resist, unlike me. But then I wished for her to save me, just like I did during the Shibuya earthquake. I couldn't handle the darkness on my own, so I recreated her. I'm using her all over again. I can't imagine anyone worse than someone like me.
別に気
You
にする
shouldn't
こと
let
ない
it bother
よ。
you, you know?
私
I'm having
ここにい
fun.
られて楽しいもん。
Enough. Stop it.
タクが呼んでくれなかっ
If
た
you
ら
hadn't called me
話すこ
here,
ともでき
you
なか
wouldn't
っ
be
た
able to
し。
talk like this. Don't tell me exactly what I want to hear. Come to think of it, Setika's always been like that ever since I was little. Even when I was neglected, she was always jealous of me. She always made me think that I was better off than she was. When I wanted to show off some new piece of information I'd learned, she'd always act interested. She pretended to be a stupid girl so that I'd always get to think of myself as a right-sider.
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
ごめん
I'm
な。
so sorry.
本当
I'm
に
truly sorry.
ごめん。
タク。
Setika looked hurt when she saw me apologize. Why don't you understand? You don't have to apologize. This is what makes me happy, she seemed to say. But she only looked that way because I wanted her to. My ego and desire had created the role of a kind-hearted young girl that she was forever forced to play. The two of us just stayed like that for a little while. I kept apologizing, and Setika seemed to not want to hear it. Eventually, she spoke to me like a mother scolding her child.
タクはね、
But Taku,
それで
that
も
doesn't mean you can't
私を許
forgive
しちゃい
me.
けないんだよ。
え？
私、
I
のんちゃんを
killed
殺しちゃったんだか
Nonch-chan,
ら。そうでしょ？
でも、
But the
その
reason
理由が
might be my fault.
僕のせいかもしれないんだ。
No, it's not a maybe. There has to be something. Something connected to me.
けど、
But I
私
died,
は死んじゃ
so
っ
you
たか
can't
ら
ask me anymore,
聞くこ
right?
とはできないでしょ？
She's right. No, I'm just forcing her to say that.
じゃあさ、
So then... Of course, I knew what she would say next. Sarika's voice became a light. The one thing that lit up my path in this dark world.
タクは
What do you want to do,
どうしたいの？
Taku? Suddenly, I saw a scene that I remembered well. Until a moment ago, the darkness had kept me from remembering, no matter how hard I tried to imagine it. But now, I could see my family. They must have been getting ready for dinner. I smelled something good. I looked in the kitchen and saw a lineup of dishes fit for a nursing home. Yui, Yuki, you take cooking lessons from Nono. They're going to start calling you Mom and Granny at school. Yudo was in the corner, sulking, because Yui had made fun of him. Yui was looking at him and laughing. Yuki didn't know what to do. Nono gave Yui a brief scolding, but she was smiling while she did it. It was the same thing I'd seen a million times before. Nothing was different. Everyone was in the club room, going over the case. We seemed to be talking about Shibuya news. Konosata-san had updated some information. Kazuki was playing her game. Ito went to stop her, but froze when she offered him a piece of dried squid. Arimita told a stupid joke, and Ito blushed and started to shake his head frantically. There was still no expression on Kazuki's face. This is another scene I knew well. But this world was never coming back. Dad had destroyed it.
それで、
Are you okay with
No.
that? Of course not. I loved my family. I loved my friends. Those people were the most precious things in the world to me. But he destroyed them all. When I asked him why, the only reason he gave me was that it was fun. I can't let him get away with that. No matter what I do now, Yui and Nono are never coming back. The life I had with my friends is gone forever. My feelings began to break free from the darkness to come to life again. Blood flowed through my body once more, and my senses started to return to me. That's right, I
仇を取らなきゃ
have to get revenge.
ダメだ。
Even if it means breaking my promise to Nono. I don't care what Dad is trying to accomplish with this experiment or what's happening to me. He wants to accomplish something through this experiment on me. Whatever it is, I don't even want to know.
それを知ろうとし
You
な
don't want to
くて
try and find out?
いいの？
いい。
No. I don't care. I refuse to go and stand like he wants me to.
なん
Huh.
か
That's
タ
not
コらし
like
くない
you.
ね。
うるさい
Shut
な。
up.
でも
But I kinda want to see
感情
what you
だけで
look like
頑張
when
っち
you're
ゃう
letting
タ
your
クも
emotions take
ちょっと
control.
見てみたいな。
I smiled back at her. And then, I focused all my neurons on creating good illusion. I tried to start the bip dip dip. I started trying to envision what the theater cube looked like, as well as that bastard of a father, and where exactly he was standing. Since I'm trapped in a prison, then I just have to reboot a delusion that's even more powerful than his. And then I'll pull him into my own delusion. From what I remember, it looked like this.
お？
Hmm?
もうちょっと
Wasn't it a
明
little
るくなかっ
brighter?
た？
The lights were
天井
shining
か
down on
ら
the
照明
stage,
当たってるんで
right?
しょ？
Were they?
うん。
Yeah,
多分
I think
これく
about
らい。
this much.
あと
Oh,
もう
but a
ちょっ
bit
と近かっ
closer.
た。
Closer, huh? How about this?
オッケ
Okay,
ー。さ
those
すが
long hours at the
カメ
camera
ラ
really
いじって
paid
るだ
off,
けある
huh?
ね。
Sedeka walked around the stage, checking to see if there was anything I'd missed. She must have been satisfied, because she nodded several times.
タクの立ち位置
Is
も
this
オ
the
ッケー？
place you're standing okay too, Taku?
意識が飛ん
If
だ
I'm
時
still
の
in the
まま
spot
な
where
ら
I
な。
was at the time, then yeah.
違ってたら
What if you
どうす
aren't?
るの？
その時は
I'll
そ
come
の
up
時
with
だ。
something when the time
確
comes.
実な方法
There's
なん
no
て
way
あり
to
っ
be
こない
sure
んだから
about
な。
this, you know. Sedeka pretended to be impressed with what I just said. I laughed at myself too. Was I really the type of person who was brave enough to do something like this? I used to think that risky decisions weren't courageous, but stupid. I used to think that courage was just a word people used to hide their stupidity. Oh,
そうだ
right.
タク
Saku?
私の敵
Don't
は
try to avenge
取っちゃ
me,
ダメだよ。
okay? Huh?
のんちゃんたち
You
の
have to take
敵は
revenge for
取ら
Nonchan,
なきゃダメ。
but no taking revenge for
で
me.
も
Got it?
私の敵はダメ。当たり前でしょ？
それは
That's...
いいから
Just listen to me.
とにかく
The
その
only
瞬
person
間
you're allowed to think of when you do it is
タクが思っていいのは
Nonchan.
のんちゃ
Got
ん
it?
たちだけ。
I really am sorry. And thank you for everything. And those were the only words I could come up with. I don't know what else to say to her.
ほら
Come on,
タク
Taku.
ちゃんと
Get a
して
hold of
よ。
yourself.
じゃないと
Otherwise, what did I
私が
come
来た
here
意味
for?
なくなっちゃうじゃん。
Sedeka pouted a little. It was the same thing she used to do at the newspaper club. I tried to stop my tears from welling up again. I'm fine.
ちゃんと
I'm
し
in
てるよ。
control.
この
However,
僕
not
が
been in
ちゃんと
control.
してなかったことなんてあるか
I mean, yeah.
あの
Well,
時と
there was that one time, or the
それ
other
から
time, and then...
指を
Stop counting them on your fingers! Serika laughed. And then, she looked me right in the eyes.
多分
You'll
向こうへ
probably
戻
have
った
one
瞬
moment
間
where he's off his
その
guard when
一
you
瞬
come
にしか
back.
あいつの
So
隙
you've
は
only
ない
got
よ。
one chance.
だからチャンスは
一度あれ
And
ば
one
十
chance is
分だ。
plenty. That's right. I would only have a few seconds in the world of my delusion. And a few seconds when I got back to reality. I'd probably have less than 5 seconds in total. If he's been researching physics for as long as he said, he noticed what I'd done immediately. So I'd only get one shot at this. If it didn't work, he'd definitely kill me this time. Sadika looked relieved when she saw my resolve. And then she smiled and started to fade away, as if her job was done. At the same time, I felt a stabbing pain in my head. It was the pain from when the D-sword disappeared. Here he comes.
無謀なことにかける覚
This'll
悟は
be a risky bet, okay?
オッケー。
掛け金が
You're
自分
betting
の
your own
命だ
life.
っていう現実は OK?
オッケー。
バカな決
You
断
won't
に
get to
言い
make
訳
any
をしない
excuses for your
意志は
dumb decision. Okay?
オッケー。
じゃあ行って
Then go. Get up on that stage, Taku. I sent my own delusion down on top of the one that was holding me captive. It was like splattering bright paint onto a black canvas. In a single instant, a perfect replica of the theater appeared. Yes, it's working. Dad was right in front of me. He looked surprised. I could tell from the shock on his face that he hadn't realized it yet. He didn't realize that this was a delusion of... This is a world of delusion sitting on top of another delusion. And that I dragged him inside. The machine on his back started to creak and moan. His shape was becoming warped and distorted, as if it was being crushed by an invisible giant I could read. I screamed louder as I tried to use my power to destroy it. Dad stepped back as if to protect it, the look on his face making it clear that he still couldn't believe what was happening. But it was too late. Shatter. Shatter. Shatter into a million pieces! I hit him with an even stronger delusion. The outer frame couldn't take the stress, and the machine started to break. You little shit. Dad panicked and raised his D-sword to use his mind control on me again. A red light flashed in front of me, but it wasn't the mind control again. It was the opposite. This was the key to the plan that the other Serika and I had come up with. Dad, Sakuma, had made a mistake. He thought that I'd escaped from his mind control on my own. He thought that I'd escaped from that delusion and made it back to reality. So he did just what he hoped he would, and ended the mind control that was on me now. Even though I was actually still inside that dark prison. If Dad had stayed calm, he would have noticed his mistake immediately. But it was also sudden that he panicked and made the wrong decision. That black torture chamber was gone. And in that instant, I cancelled my own delusion. The bonds that had tied me in place were now gone. My senses came back and told me this was reality. The pain of my injury, the smell of blood, the taste of blood, the feeling of the D-sword in my hand, Dad howling as he stood there with his fake sword raised high. But just getting back to reality wasn't good enough. I probably only had a few seconds left. I needed to destroy the real device before he figured out the trick. Run. I forced my aching body to move and ran at full speed toward my foe. I lowered my body as I ran and held my D-sword ready. A new attempt at mind control came at me. I could feel it trying to scramble my brain, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I bit down hard on my lip and used the pain to check my 5 senses. You're still okay. Don't stop. Run. Keep running. I swung my D-sword down on my father. Dad tried to dodge it. But that was exactly what I wanted. He ducked low, and I could clearly see the device on his back. I dug my D-sword into it, hard, before he could move. Panting, I pulled my D-sword out of the device. Parts flew everywhere. The strange light it had been giving off disappeared, and the artificial D-sword he was holding lost its glow. The pain in my head created by his mind control attempts vanished like it was never there. As soon as I saw that the device was destroyed, I fell to my knees. I had spent all my energy while running at full speed, and it hurt to breathe. I was dizzy from lack of oxygen. You piece of...
てめえ
Dad's mood suddenly began to change. He seemed to realize what I'd just done. The smile on his face vanished, and instead of anger, there was now no expression at all.
Do
you know how hard I had to work to rebuild this thing? I never heard him use a tone like that before.
タグルなんだよ
Why did you break? Why didn't you break? I can read. Why are you alive? No. Why are you still sane? There's no way you could have endured that. You know I locked you in there for 30 days. Did I screw up? No, there's no way that guy could do it. I couldn't. I used my D-sword as support to help me to my feet. I was fine. I could move. I could move just the way I wanted to. I was sure of it. I definitely made it back to reality. Answer me! How can you move? I readied my D-sword again without saying a word. There was still no expression on Dad's face.
So
I see.
こいつ
Her, huh? So
そう
that's
い
it?
うことか
I looked down. Sedika was lying there, looking like she was asleep even though she was dead. Dad's anger had vanished, and instead he started to speak like a scientist observing a guinea pig. And that was even creepier somehow. So your imaginary friend was enough to get you through it, huh? I didn't see you going to the person you just killed for help. Damn it. That doesn't fun at all. Dad raised the now dull D-sword and walked toward me. It was no longer an artificial D-sword, but it was still a giant metal blade. Even without his powers, he was more than capable of killing me. And what's Twitch doing? I stepped away from him, my own weapon at the ready. It felt like I could look away from him. Oh, it felt like if I looked away from him, I'd be killed. I can read so good. And I told you to go insane, didn't I? Didn't I? Sometimes it doesn't let you send messages, so you have to reopen it. Ah. That sucks. The iron blade suddenly swung down at me. It's only ever on mobile, though. Yeah, the mobile experience definitely is not as stable as desktop. I was trying to figure out what word I wanted to use. There was an impact on my face. I felt some of my back teeth break, and blood spurted from my mouth. I'd been knocked down to the floor. I slung my D-sword in my hand frantically. For a moment, I experienced the pain and light that were caused by mind control. Is that thing still working? It's not broken? It has to be. I dropped my D-sword in despair. It vanished. But the mind control never came. My attack a moment ago actually had managed to damage it. It really is broken. Goddamn brat. Sukuma's iron sword struck me on the left leg. An indescribably awful pain ran up my spine and smashed into my brain. I should have just used the mind control to put you into the torture room from the start. Actually, maybe I'll torture you for real right now. How would you like that, huh? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Was this plan stupid after all? Was there no way for me to win? Take this. Nah. There's nothing to be gauged driving someone mad with pain. What happened to my leg? My body? Were they still there? They couldn't move, just like in that black prison. Maybe I should just kill them all in front of you instead. Huh? I could hear those words clearly, even as my whole body was screaming with pain. And they're probably still in Shibuya, right? And then I understood what he meant, and forgot about the pain coursing through my body. Yeah, that's right. The more important they are to you, the better the result. This'll definitely work. He kicked me and I rolled across the ground. Then he started to walk away. My throat hurt as I screamed. I was frustrated that I couldn't even speak. Where is he going? Where else? To where they are? How are the people most precious to me? I won't let you go. I tried to stand up, but the pain he'd struck wouldn't move. Or the leg he'd struck wouldn't move, I can read, and I fell back to the ground. I fell face first onto the floor. My left leg wouldn't move. It was probably broken. It was the one place I didn't feel any pain. Sam. My body wouldn't move. Why, I finally made it out into the darkness. I can't just let him go. Move. I don't care what moves. Move. Move. He's going to kill them right in front of me? Kill Arimidia, kill Yuki, kill Yuto, kill Kunosato-san? I won't let you. I won't let you do it. As my vision blurred from the pain, I saw Serika's body lying on the ground. You have to take revenge for Non-chan, but no taking revenge for me. Got it? I won't let you. I howled. My D-sword appeared as if in response to my cry. And then it sliced through the air toward my dad as he walked away.
NANI?!
What? Oh, damn. Trick shot. Sorry. I'm not sorry. My dad turned around at the noise, just in time for my D-sword to impale his throat. Uh-huh. Get choked to death, idiot. Choke on that sword, motherfucker. And then he slowly fell backward onto the floor. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. I somehow managed to endure the pain that was coursing through my body and stand back up. And there was blood everywhere on the stage. I avoided it, dragging my unmoving left leg as I walked toward the body that used to be my dad. The D-sword was still shining as it stuck out of his throat. I made it disappear. And when I saw what was left, I didn't feel a sense of accomplishment or anything else. Just an urge to vomit. He was lying on the ground. I'd killed him. I just killed my own father. But what the hell is this? What the hell is happening? Taking revenge for Nono and Yui. Did it make me feel any better at all? I didn't feel happy at all. Uh-huh. I suddenly realized that I was crying. I didn't know how long I'd been crying for, but my tears were red. Everything around me felt like a lie. I was having trouble standing up, not just because of my injury. This is how it felt to cross a line that no one should ever cross. I tried to smile and forget my tears. What the hell am I doing? Do I feel like this because I broke my promise to Nono? Oh, right. Serika. And that was the real reason why I came in there in the first place. And there's something I need to ask her. I looked away from Dad and walked over to Serika, dragging my leg behind me. That's right. That's not happening now, is it? I looked down at Serika and reached out my hand toward her. I wanted to at least fix up her clothes where they'd been messed up. And there was a loud, heavy noise and an impact around my stomach. What was that? I looked down at my body, trying to find the source of the sound and the noise. And there, I saw a D-sword sticking out of my stomach. It was the same one that had taken Nono's life on the roof of Hekiho Academy. November 6th, 2015, Friday. 10:50 p.m. The second Shibuya Restoration Festival was now over. The murmuring among the crowd at Memorial Park started as soon as the Shibuya ward mayor finished his speech. Some people headed straight for the station, glad to be done. Some people were so moved by the speeches given by the victims that they stood in front of the memorial, wiping away their tears. Some people went out to go drinking since it was Friday. They'd all come to the Restoration Festival for different reasons. But even now, when all the planned festivities were over, there were still some people who hadn't seen what they'd come for. What? He's not here? What idiot said he was going to be here? The whispers started all over the place. And others agreed, even though they would never say it. They all looked around with searching eyes. Everyone was looking for Miyashiro Takaru. At the same time, Shibuya Scramble Crossing. This place was even more packed than Memorial Park, and the reaction was even stronger. What? You didn't honestly think he'd come here and kill himself in front of everyone, did you? Don't believe everything you read, you dumbass wrong sider. Wow, that ticks me off. Some started to say the whole thing was a hoax, and more people began to leave. And the ones that didn't move at all were the ones in the masks. And they were waiting for Miyashiro Takaru more than anyone else. But the festival was over. When the heat and passion of the festival began to fade, and reality came crashing in, they began to doubt. He was the mastermind behind all those murders. They thought that it would be nothing for him to commit suicide in public. But were they wrong? Or was someone that brilliant capable of making an announcement like that, then managing to escape? And the one that stood in groups began to stare at each other with their three-eyed masks, trying to guess what the others were thinking. Should they move somewhere with less people? They waited for someone to suggest it.
Nani?
What's that? And then, something happened that saved them. At the center of the commotion were police officers, running somewhere in a hurry. No, wait a second. I'm telling you. Shinjo kept suggesting that they get confirmation, but his boss ignored him. When the information had come in, he'd lost his ability to control the situation. Damn it. And Chris had the phone as they hung up on him. This is bad. This is really, really bad, Shinjo thought to himself. What's wrong? Kunosata-san, I told you to wait in the car. You made me wait too long. What happened? Shinjo looked at the time. It had already been 10 minutes after he'd gone back to Alba Dorm and gotten everyone into the car. There was an anonymous call. They know that Miyashiro-kun is at the Hikari. What? That was probably the first time Shinjo had ever seen her go pale. Who told them? I don't know. HQ insists that it doesn't matter. Shinjo had repeatedly asked for a source, but it didn't help. From the way his boss had been acting, it was likely that they didn't even know where it came from. Our officers are on their way to the Hikariwo now. And what will you do? Now that the police knew that Miyashiro was at the Hikariwo, there was no time for him to go to Akihabara and back. Shinjo had to be there. It was his job. That was the detective, and he was the detective in charge of the case. Why can't I read? And if Miyashiro was going to be arrested, he was the only one who could help. But getting the kids from Alba Dorm out of the city was something that only he could do. And what should I do? He kept asking himself that. Go. We'll escape Shibuya on our own. What? But you don't know what's going to happen if you try. And that's why he'd stayed here, as a guard. I'll figure something out. Just leave the car. Huh? She couldn't possibly mean. He had a bad feeling about this. Did Kunosata-san have an international license?
無免許運転
Is
を
this the
取り締
time
ま
to
って
be
る場
worrying
合
about
か
unlicensed
とっ
drivers?
とと行け
Go already.
あのな
Listen. Suddenly, his phone began to ring. This time it was from one of his men. There wasn't even time to think about it anymore. He prayed as he tossed Kunosata the key.
子供たちが乗っ
There
て
are
るんだ
kids in that car.
無茶な運転は
Don't
する
do
な
any crazy driving.
当然
Of
だ
course. Who do you think
私
I
を誰だと
am?
思っている
An unlicensed teenager?
何かあったらすぐ
Call
に
me
連
if
絡しろ
something happens.
それが無
If
理な
that
ら
doesn't work, go
ど
to
うで
any
もいい
police box
交
and
番
give
に
them my
駆け込ん
name.
で俺の名前を出せ
Shinjo ran off without waiting for an answer.
新庄さん
Shinjo-san.
あ
Huh? He turned around. Kunosata had a totally earnest look on her face as she spoke.
アクセルは
The accelerator's the one on the
確か
right,
右だった
isn't it? Chicho had to force himself not to grab the keys out of her hand. Look it up on the internet, wrong site, or he yelled as he ran toward the Hikari wall. It was cold, and I was sleepy. My body wouldn't move. Huh? Am I back in that world? That dark prison? No. I can still feel pain. My senses are still working. Then, it's just... what is this? I suddenly remembered where I was. Did I pass out? Probably. Ugh. My back, my stomach. I felt the warmth fading from my body with each drop of blood I lost. But my wounds burned like someone was pressing this soldering iron against them. And yet for some reason, I felt sleepy. None of this made sense. My whole body had stopped making sense. I heard footsteps. They were getting further away. I forced my eyes to open and look toward the source of the sound. And the first thing I saw was my dad's body. The body of the man I'd killed. Until a moment ago, he'd still been a person. Just past him, I saw her through my blurry eyes. And she was getting further away. It really was Herika. She was alive. She was walking. She had just put her phone in her pocket. She was walking across the stage. She was probably heading for the exit, high among the seats. She didn't look back. How are you alive? I couldn't be hallucinating. At least I shouldn't have been. There was no one left who could use mind control. Wait, no, wait. There's something I have to ask you. That's why I came here. Move. Come on, this is supposed to be my body, right? I wouldn't move when I tell it to. Sedika stepped off the stage. She made her way through the seats to leave. She was about to disappear. No, don't. Wait. Please, come on, move. Suddenly, I felt a familiar pain in my head. I obeyed my intuition and let it go. My D-sword suddenly appeared on my hand. That's right, I can do that. Just like I did before. I used my powers to fling my D-sword at Serika. I didn't care if it landed at her feet or where it landed at all. I just had to stop her. Serika sensed it coming and turned around. At the same time, light appeared around her. Her D-sword appeared from within the light. She then grabbed it and easily blocked the incoming blade. When the two swords collided, my vision went white. You want me to use mind control on you? Yes. What? What's going on? What am I looking at? I've got a lot of questions, but I'm gonna start by asking why. I read Kurisuno's mind before I killed her. She left a letter behind. I see. Heart-rending. So she knew she was going to be killed then. And the police probably already have it. Sooner or later, Miyashiro Takuru is going to read it. And when that happens, Miyashiro will be held back by her death, and by what's inside. He'll try to do what the letter says. And what does it say? Don't try to get revenge. Give up on the case. If that happens, Miyashiro will stop for sure. And that's a problem for me. So, I have to make him interested in something besides revenge with the case. I have to make him interested in me. That will cause him to act. Yeah? And how do you know that? I know everything there is to know about Miyashiro. That's who I am. So why do I have to use mind control? Because he'll have Arimura Hinae with him. I want to neutralize her power. If the mind control causes me to believe the lie, it stops being a lie. Arimura will think it's the truth, and so will Miyashiro. I'm tired, man. No. The same trick we used with that Ito kid. Serika was talking with Dad. The vision was unclear, like it was warped in fog. But this whole thing's such a pain, though. Wouldn't it be much easier to just use mind control on Takuru himself? Hey, don't get mad. I want to minimize the use of mind control on him as much as possible. It damages the brain, correct? Yes, but I'm going to use it one more time at the very end. No way I can beat a giggling maniac without it. Just one more time. Got it? Got it. I could see the two of them talking. It looked like an old movie, shown through a projector that was slightly out of focus. But I wasn't really seeing it. The vision seemed to be coming directly into my mind. Okay, next question. What do you want me to mind control you to do exactly? The script will work like this. First, you've lost contact with the committee, and you want to get back into their good graces. Make me believe this lie. Second, you betrayed me and are trying to make Miyashiro Takuru out to be the real culprit in order to win the committee's favor. Make me believe this as well. Third, make me tell him myself, at the appropriate time, that I was the one who killed his parents. And finally, change the reason I exist. Right. These are probably Serika's memories. Are her memories coming into me through her D sword?
俺まで
You
その
want
嘘
me
話の中
to
に
be
巻き込むのか
blah?
よ。
You want to involve me in your lies too?
そうしな
I
ければ
have
ならない
to. There's another person besides Unedited who's the threat to the plan. Kunosato Mio.
久野里美代だ。
あいつ
Her,
か。
huh? I
なる
see.
ほどな。
久野里美代
She
は
knows too much
事情
about
に
what's
精
going
通し
on.
すぎているが
And that's why we make
だ
up
から
the
こそ
story about the
委員会の
committee.
話をでっち上げ
Whenever the committee's
あ
involved,
の
she
女は
stops thinking
委員会
straight.
のこととなると冷静さを失うからな。私が委員
If we
会
can
の
make
情
her
報
think
を
that
持
I
ってい
have
ると思い
information
込
on
め
the
ば
committee,
絶対
she'll
に
never
手放
let
そ
me
うとしない
go.
はずだ。
Ironically,
皮肉な
thanks to
話だ
her,
が
I'll be
久
able
野
to
里の
stay
お
near
かげで
Miyashiro.
私は宮代の近くにとどまることができる。
お前
You're a scary
金の
woman.
女だな。
You figured all that on your
そ
own?
こまで考
Or
え
is
てる
this
って
thanks to
の
your
か。
mind
い
reading?
や、思考盗撮のおかげってやつか。
このゲーム
I'm
で
the one
登場
who's
人物
controlling
を
all the
動かしてい
characters
る
in
の
this
は
game.
私だ。
That's a sentence to have in this game. Definitely thinking back to when they were grilling Sarika, nothing she said was a lie, but they were all like, this seems scripted, something is up. Yeah. Game? I suddenly remembered something. The theory I'd come up with in the newspaper club room. I had thought that the killer was challenging me to a game. That the killer was moving people around like chess pieces. And that they wanted me to be the other player in the game. But once my dad identified himself as the killer, and had given up on that theory, I thought that I was wrong. But maybe I was right after all?
なるほど。
I see, a game, huh?
俺も
I like
楽しい
fun
ことは
things
好きだ
too.
なよ。
Though, I don't like the idea of changing the reason you
てめえの
exist,
人生の
even
目
for a
的まで
short
変えよう
while.
とは思わねえな。
余計なことは
I'm
言わ
not
なくて
interested in
いい
your opinion.
お前は
All you
宮代
want
だ
is data on Miyashiro.
真のギ
On
ガ
a
ロマ
true
ニアックスのデー
gigomaniac,
タが取れ
right?
ればそ
I'll
れ
be
でいい
giving
の
you
だ
what you want.
その欲求は満たしてやる
Well, that's
確かに
true.
そうだ。
But I've said this plenty of times before.
何回も
The
言って
chance
る
of
がよ。
Takure's mind withstanding what
俺が
I'm
やろ
planning
う
to
として
do
る
to
こ
him
と
is
に
zero.
タクルの精神が耐えられる可能性はゼロだぜ。昔
I picked this method of torture up directly from the guy who ran that basement facility under H Tokyo
責任者か
General.
ら直々に伝授された拷問だからな。
彼を見
I
くびるな
don't underestimate him.
何回も
I
そう
said
言っ
that
ている
plenty of times before as well.
壊しちま
You
って
don't mind if
い
I
いんだ
break
な。
into you.
そ
We
こに
both
手を
agreed
出さ
that
ない
you
って
wouldn't
取り決
interfere
め
with
た
my
もんな。
experiments on him.
お前に思考誘
If you
導の
didn't
装
have
置さ
that
えな
mind
ければ
control device,
誰より
I would
先
have
に
killed
殺
you
していたな
first.
面
It
白い
sounds
な。
fun. Want to
やって
try
みる
it?
か？
クーツか
You scum.
おっとそうだ。
Oh,
もう一つ
one more thing. Why do you
なん
need
であ
me
いつ
to
を
make
犯
him
人
look like
に
the
仕立てる
killer?
必要がある。
You just want him to solve
お
the
前はあい
case,
つが事
right?
件を解決すればそれでいいんだろう？
それは
Because... Yeah, of course we're not getting that. My vision blurred, but there seemed to be a chorus of buzzing inside my head. This feeling, it was the same as when I used my power. The same as when I saw my D-sword in the corner of my vision. Another vision came to me through her D-sword.
彼の中の彼が
The him inside of him speaks to me.
自分は他
I'm
の人
different
と
from
は
other
違う。
people.
よく
Lots of
そういう
people
人
say
がいるけ
that,
れど、
but most of them
ほ
are
とんどが
wrong.
勘違いす
They're
る。
all wrong-siders.
みん
They
なそ
just
のこと
don't
に気づい
realize
てない
it.
情弱ばか
But
り。
I'm the one person who
でも
really
僕
is
だけ
different.
は本当に他の人と違う。
Is this me?
あの地獄のよう
I
な
survived
渋
the
谷を
hell
生き
that
抜い
was
た。
the Shibuya earthquake,
そして両
and
親は
somebody
誰か
murdered
に
my
殺された。
parents immediately after.
特別という
The
言
word
葉の定義
special
は
means something
他と
which
明
is
確な
clearly
区別が
distinct
ある
from
こと。
others.
こんな経験をして
Few
いる
other
人はそ
people
んな
have
にいない。
experienced the things that I have, and so
僕は本
and
当
that's why I
に特
really
別なんだ。
am special. Hey, did I ever tell you about the comments from the Shibuya earthquake victims? What do you mean? Remember how, just after the chaos from the earthquake calmed down, a ton of reporters started asking the victims for comments, before the term chaos child syndrome existed. Most of the interviews were about what good citizens we were. Despite the scale of the disaster, there was barely any violence or looting. They said that it was amazing. And I think they were right. When they asked the victims what was the hardest part, most people were more concerned about others instead of themselves. They talked about how they couldn't contact their families and tell them they were safe. And how they couldn't give their kids their favorite foods. But the one person said something different. I remembered what they said word for word, and that left a huge impression on me. The outsiders have some nerve if you're telling us to hang in there. I remembered this scene. It was what I'd said to Serika back at Cafe Lax. It was just after the Love Hotel incident. It's incredibly important to him that he's part of the action. That's who he really is at his core. I don't know how you people can get so worked up over a single tweet. I could never do that. Let's go check up that arson site from yesterday. It's close to here. This one looks like a juicy scoop. He deep dived into the internet, drowned in information, and tried to become a right-sider to help himself swim. And he chose an urban legend to test his abilities. And that broadened his interest into real-world crimes. It all began with... when we were in 6th grade, the new generation madness started. That was 2009. It was like I was having a fever dream or something. Ellipsis, question mark, exclamation mark. What is this? This is me. Yesterday. How? Is Serika's D-Sword suddenly reading my memories now? At first, we couldn't believe that something like that was happening in the city we lived in. We spent almost the whole day glued to the computer, following the news. And when something big like that's going on, if you take your eyes off the internet for even a few hours, you'll get left behind. We stayed up all night in shifts following the case. Sometimes, we'd use our cell phones to check the internet as we actually went out to the crime scenes and took pictures. Serika wasn't real back then. But she'd been by my side anyway. More and more murders kept happening, and eventually, people started to say that Nishijo Takumi was the killer, but he ended up proving them wrong. Serika and I both got very excited. He seemed so cool. I thought that proving your innocence meant getting the right information and shoving it in the faces of the people whose information was bad. It seemed like the ultimate expression of what I was trying to do back then, and what I suppose I'm still trying to do now with the newspaper club. Serika said he was amazing. I agreed. No, one more thing. Why do you need me to make him look like the killer? You just want him to solve the case, right? Because that's how it was during the New Generation Madness 6 years ago. It ended with the person who was believed to be the killer clearing his name and solving the case. I know how obsessed you are with the new gen murders. It was your idea to make all the dates match and have the people start calling it the return of the new gen madness. And the whole reason you patterned the murders off the new gen killings and let the sumo stickers at the scene for Takaru to find. It was all to let him solve the return of the new generation madness, right? So the theory that I came up with in the newspaper clubroom was actually correct? If so, then Sedika was the one manipulating the characters and setting up the game. And her real goal was me. You were the one who came up with the ideas of how to kill them. Don't blame those nasty ideas on me. Heh. I have to at least test out my mind control a little, or it's no fun. But all the prep work up to this point is done now, right? So why do you have to make this end the same way as the old case? As that old case, rather. I'll say it again. Don't underestimate him. No. Miyashita Takuru will keep on searching without limit. The reason he created me is... And the vision changed again. And that's me. And that's me from that day. When I made it to the shelter after the earthquake. And that's right. That's right. I started remembering what I'd been thinking about at that time. I met the people from my class on the way here. They were probably trying to help a woman who was injured and covered in blood. They'd asked me to help. I couldn't move. I couldn't think clearly, even though I knew how to give first aid. They seemed to think I was going to just let the woman die. So they looked down on me. I hope I never end up like them, their eyes said. It was what I, as a right-sider, had always thought about wrong-siders like them. It was the way I had always looked at them. I was angry and frustrated they looked at me like that. I know all kinds of things that they don't. Are they treating her injuries right? Are they doing it in the right order? I should go back and tell them what to do. I'm sure that I can make the right decisions. And that's what I was thinking to myself at that time. Takuru? What are you doing here? Suddenly, my parents appeared. Right, that was when I ran into them at the shelter. They were yelling something at me excitedly. Then my mom grabbed my arm and I shook her off. Takuru, what are you doing? Don't start causing problems again. You're saved. I'm saved. Just come with me. More of the thoughts I had in the moment continued to flood my mind. I'm saved? Saved from what? The hell I just saw? And I am being saved from it by people who've never even cared about me before? I shook my arm away again. Saved? Me? Why? You people have always neglected me, but now you're going to save me? Why? And the moment after I thought that, I saw myself holding my head in pain. My nails were digging into my flesh. But the pain wouldn't stop, and I kept on screaming inside. No, this isn't right. Those wrong-siders in class never did anything good before, but they suddenly wanted to be good now, and they wanted to look at me like I was worthless. I could see myself screaming more. My heart and head felt like they were going to burst. And now you people are going to save me. You, the people who gave me 1,000 yen and said to take me out to dinner on my birthday? Hell no. I'm not the kind of person who just gets saved by parents who don't even want him. My mom was yelling something, but I couldn't hear what she was saying back then, and I couldn't hear it even now. Shut up. You just think I'm in the way, don't you? Well, I think the same thing. You're in my way. Just, what do I do? What do I want to do? Why am I here? That's right, where's Serika? I remembered that, at the time. I carried Serika on my back to get her to the hospital. But I couldn't feel her on my back through the pain in my head. That's right. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm saving her life. Serika will understand that. She always tells me what I'm doing is right. She always understands what I have to do. She's always on my side. Suddenly, my whole field of vision went white. Shut up. You people should just go away forever. Serika, save me. Please. 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 Give me. That's right. These are probably Serika's memories. And that's when I made my wish. To Serika. Give me something I want to do. Help me do it. Serika's memories went into me through her D-sword. My immediate thoughts as I experienced those memories went into her simultaneously. When she knocked away my D-sword, the visions vanished. When I came back to reality, the first thing I saw was Serika's face. It was filled with despair, like she was about to cry. I'd never seen her like that before. I knew immediately that she'd seen the same things I had seen. Give me something I want to do. Help me do it. And that was the terrible wish I'd made. That was the only reason why Onoe Serika existed. Laughter filled the theater. It took me a long time to realize that it was mine. The pain from the leg my dad had broken was getting worse, but the pain in my heart was somehow worse than even that. As I rose, Serika started to stagger backward, as if she was terrified of me. When I saw her, I laughed even more. I'd survived the worst that my dad could throw at me, and a single truth was about to drive me insane. I went forward, dragging my left leg behind me. I looked and saw that where I thought Serika had stabbed me in the stomach, she'd only cut a bit of the skin on my side. It hadn't even reached my organs. This wasn't a fatal wound, which meant this was also... This is all just a big show. The sword that Serika had knocked away came back to me. I reached out my hand for it. In the sense with you claiming to be the real killer. No, that's not right. And this wouldn't make me the one who solved the mystery. I wouldn't feel like it was me. Stop it. I see. So it was Dad's job to be the real killer. I was supposed to kill
僕が
Dad,
父さん
then
を殺して
once I think I ended things with
自
my
分
own
の
two
手で終わら
hands,
せたと
he
思った
knocked
と
me
ころ
out,
で
and then...
僕を気絶させてそれから
違う。
No.
それからお
And
前
then
は
yeah.
は
You
あ
could control what information got released
世
to the
間に流
public.
す情報の調
Was that
整
what
を
you
し
were
たの
doing
か
with your cell phone?
も
Did
し
you
かし
call
て
the police?
さっきスマホをいじってたのはそれ警察にでも連絡したのか
No! Even without Ayumida being here, I could tell that she was lying. Sarika was crying. She was wiping away the tears with her sleeve. She looked like a little girl. No, she didn't just look like a little girl. She probably was one. She was only 6 years old after all.
だよな
Isn't that right? In the
6
new
年
gen
前の
incident
入
6
試の
years
事件
ago,
で
he was going to
一
be
度あの人は
publicly
公開処
executed.
刑になってるもんな
So you needed to have the police arrest me and drag me in
警察に
front
捕
of a
まえ
lot
さ
of
せて
people.
大勢の前に引きずり出さないといけないもんなで
And at the last minute,
僕が危機に陥った時に
that Sakuma was the real killer comes out.
佐久間が真犯人だったっていう証拠が出てきて僕は一転英雄になる
So, that's
そういう
it.
ことか
Well, on a way.
なあ尾上
My voice was shaking. Laughter was turning into something different. Sadika kept crying and didn't answer me. Tears started to fall from my eyes, and my vision began to blur. It was as if everything in our hearts were turning into tears and flowing out.
こっち
When
みんなの
Otani
大
died
谷
in
が
the
死んだの
Don't
も
Look case, and Takai and Agi died in the audio bleed case, well, Arimida's
有
friend
村の知り合いだ
Kakita
った
died.
柿田が死んだのも
And when Watabe the journalist died, and when Haida died and was made to look like Minamisawa Senri, and when Ito was mind controlled into killing Yui, and when Nono died. All of that was my fault. No, I did it. That's right, you did it. And I made you do it. I told you, that's not true. Sarika's D-sword sliced apart some of the audience seats. But I kept going.
黒里さんの言った通りだ
Too many
僕の
things
周りで
involving
事
the
件に
case were
関する
going on
出来事が
around
起きすぎ
me.
てる
But of course they were right. The whole point of the case was for me to solve it. You killed my parents because I wished they would go away, right?
僕が消えてなくなれと願ったからだろう
Sarika didn't answer. I didn't expect her to. The case was amazing. It was just what I wanted. I thought it was a juicy scoop. Anything less and I wouldn't have wanted to solve it, right? But in the end, after I solved it, all that I'd be left with was an emptiness and the guilt from what I'd done. That's why I knew what I had to do now. Dragging my leg behind me, I finally made it to the edge of the stage. I could see the steps down in the audience area. All that was left was to go down the stairs and out the door. Sarika's expression suddenly changed. She was still crying, but she seemed shocked. Stop it. She must have used her mind reading to see what I was planning to do. She ran to the bottom of the stage to block me.
バカなことを
Don't get any
考える
dumb ideas. But I looked right at her, as if to say I wasn't changing my mind. Stop it. Please. I said stop! Sedeka raised her D-sword and pointed it at me. It was a warning not to go any further. But that wouldn't make me stop now. You can't kill me. Can you? I'll knock you out again. And when you wake up, everything will be over. You may not like what happens at first. But as time passes, I'm sure that you'll realize. Realize what? What you truly wish for isn't what you're thinking of right now. It's to be known as a hero who solved a case that the world has only seen the likes of once before. To be the man the whole world adores. That isn't what I wish for. It is. I could tell because of who I am. No, I'm the only one who can. Sedeka's words probably came from reading the deepest parts of my heart, and I wouldn't deny that. She was right. If I just let her handle everything, I would become a hero. And if I kept going forward, all that was waiting for me was destruction. When I thought about that, I got scared. I was terrified. But even so, why? She was still holding her D-sword. It was clear she had no intention of letting me go any further. I grabbed the hilt of my own D-sword and raised it as well. Come on. I said to her from on top of the stage. I said the same thing to her that she'd said to me in that dark prison. Come on onto the stage. Onoe Serika. I could see her on the other side of her D-sword, looking hurt. But she must have read my thoughts and realized that I wasn't going to change my mind because she still came up. Welcome back from D&D. Have fun with this out of context heartbreak. You do have a train icon because you started a hype train with your 14 gifted subs. What did you think was gonna happen? The bright lights illuminated her beautifully. I took several steps back the way I'd come, so I could keep my distance. I must have lost too much blood because I suddenly staggered. My vision blurred. With only my right leg working, I was barely able to keep my balance. I couldn't stop here. I couldn't. Why? Why are you trying to tell everyone you're the killer? No. Why are you letting them think it was you? The only ones who believe that are people down there, the wrong-siders. You're a right-sider, and they're the people you hate the most. The ones who don't even realize that they're being manipulated by false information. They're just a bunch of idiots who came to watch you kill yourself, the same way they'd all go watch a movie. If you say you're the killer, that'll be just what they want. Why didn't he kill himself? He's an asshole. No, he's the god. You can imagine what they'll say. I knew that. I could easily imagine it. And the ones outside the Hikari-ro building right now were probably the same ones who'd been partying at Shibuya Scramble Crossing earlier. There were probably a lot of people writing irresponsible comments online. The TV was probably filled with self-proclaimed social commentators who were telling the audience exactly what they wanted to hear. But I did the exact same things in the past. It was just as bad as them.
僕は
I'm a wrong sider too.
情弱だ。小さい
And
頃
I
から
never even truly knew or
いつも
understood the
隣にいた
childhood friend
幼馴
who
染
was
の
by
こと
my
さえ
side for my entire life.
何にも知らなかった。
I gripped my D-sword tightly. It's
もう
over
終わ
now,
ってるんだよ。
Game Maker.
ゲームメーカー。
In the moment she hesitated, I struck myself on the back with my own powers. My vision blurred as I started to accelerate. I knocked myself forward and instantly closed the gap between myself and Serika. Caught off guard, she stepped back and lowered her blade. She was ready to swing it upward. I ignored her and brought mine down. She brought hers up. So Taku, what's the plan?
あの時も
Back then. Another vision came to me as her D-swords collided. Her sword knocked mine away, and I quickly brought it back for another strike. Hey, Taku. Did you see something weird at the end of the video?
変なの映ってなかった？ほら、
Here,
ここ
look. Outside the window.
窓の外。
あの時も
Back then. I saw flashes of several different conversations. I didn't know if they were my memories or hers anymore. But each time our D-swords collided, I saw another. Sedeka wasn't just a normal girl who everyone loved. She was a mastermind who'd set up this whole game for me. And she killed Nono and Yui just to lead me to the end. The symptoms of blood loss were getting worse. My vision was darkening, and it felt like I was about to pass out. She kicked me? The sudden fierce pain in my stomach knocked me off balance. I dropped my D-sword and flung up my hand to try to grab it again. Stop it already! She kicked the sword away and spun all the way to the edge of the stage. Just stop it. And fought through the pain and used my powers on the D-sword. And flew high up into the air. I said stop it! Serika screamed in rage. But I wouldn't stop. The D-sword spun wildly as it launched itself at Serika. Shit. She knocked it away? Well, I'm not done yet. Take this! I used my powers to make the D-sword fly again. The sword attacked her once more. She knocked it away again. Each time it came at her, Serika knocked it down and couldn't land even a single attack. Damn it, why? Why? And then I realized that she was looking at me. She wasn't looking at the sword. That's right, her power. That's why I can't hit her. The sword lost its energy and clattered onto the floor. I fell to my knees and collapsed. You've had enough, right?
やめてくれ。
Stop this. Please. Damn it, this isn't going to work. She can read everything I'm thinking. She knows the direction the sword is going to come from, or more precisely, which direction I'll send it in. This is bad. The room seemed to spin, and sometimes my vision would dim. I couldn't move my arms or legs. I felt cold and like I needed to throw up.
そのままおとなしく眠るといい。
The police will be here
そろそろ
soon.
警察がここに来る。大丈夫。
Don't worry.
目が覚め
Once
て
you
時
wake
間が
up
経て
and
ば、
time passes,
お前
you
は
realize what you really
必ず気が
wish
つく。
for.
自分が何を望んでいるのか。
Sarika said it again, that this is what I wished for. But I couldn't let myself believe her. What should I do? What do I do? What if I changed the direction of the lights to blind her and then attacked? But the second I thought it, she knew. What if I pretended to make my D-sword disappear and then concealed it somewhere on stage? The second I thought that, she knew about that, too.
そうだ。
That's right. You
私には
can't beat
絶対
me.
勝てない。
Please. Just
頼む
don't
から動
move.
かないでくれ。
Don't open your wounds anymore.
これ以上傷口を広げないでくれ。
I didn't have the strength left to attack her myself. Even if I did, it was useless to try and attack someone who could read my thoughts. What do I do? Think.
もうよせ。
Stop it.
余計な
Stop
ことは
thinking
考え
about
るな。
this. Think. There has to be a way. I was the one who created her. Then, suddenly, I had an idea. Her expression suddenly changed. She was staring at me with wide eyes. Her mind reading meant that she already knew. She already knew exactly what I was thinking. But even so,
関係な
it
い。
doesn't matter.
考
Even
え
if she
が
can
生まれてい
read my
ようが
mind, she can't stop
この手
this.
なら関係ない。
When I saw the tension on her face, I was sure of it. There was still a way I could win. I formed a strong delusion in my mind. And when I did, I was hit by a headache 1,000 times worse than when I normally used my powers. It was far worse than having a needle stabbed into my temples. It was like having every blood vessel. It was like every blood vessel in my head was being filled with thorns. And the pain was so bad I started to vomit up stomach acid. Stop it! Please stop! Sedika tried to run over to me and stopped. She kept turning around and looking at the exit near the seats. She seemed to be uncertain as to whether or not she should run, which meant that this idea was going to work. It wasn't something anyone had taught me, but I was sure that I could do it. According to Kunasato-san, it wasn't like the other psychics who had each gained a single power after being exposed to what she called the casual factor. She said that I might be a true gigalomaniac, with the power to reboot any of my delusions. And in fact, 6 years ago, I'd created Serika, a human being. Which means I should be able to do this.
できるはずだ。
Stop! Of course I can, right? I twisted my body upward and screamed. A huge number of D-swords appeared above my head. Well then. Of course, they were all fakes. And the closest weapon to me that I could easily imagine just happened to be my D-sword. But I drill booted them anyway. They showed like fierce beasts in search of prey. My head felt like it was going to explode. I imagined each blood vessel bursting one after another. Was I really imagining it? Maybe this was going to kill me, but I didn't care. I had to end it here. I had to let my puppet go free. Terika changed the form of her D-sword and spread it out as far as it would go. She was going to try and block them all. I screamed and set them all flying at Terika. And so, I beat this goddamn game. Hello, it's me. May I give you a lecture before we reach the ending? Man, when was the last time you asked about giving a lecture? It's been 84 years. Miyashiro, are you safe? What happened? Good, I connected. I could hear Arimura and the others calling my name on the other end. I felt so cold and my fingers were shaking. I turned the phone to speaker mode and started looking through its photos. Let's say, for example, that you lived on top of a tall building. You looked down and saw a woman killing a man.
女が男を殺していたとするじゃないですか。警察に通報しようと携帯を耳に当てたとき、
But your eyes meet
女
with
が
the
こっちを見て
woman's.
目が合ってしまった
She
んで
points
す。
at you and says something.
女
What
は
do you think she's saying?
こっちを指さして口を動かしてます。何を言ってると思いますか？
まさか
Don't tell me you're being
思考誘
mind
導されて
controlled.
るのか
You know those psychopathy
そんな
tests
神
don't
秘
work,
性皆無
right?
なサイコパス診断がどうした
We're this late in the game and there's a tip. I'm not gonna read it though. I should have figured she'd know about that.
普通
A
の人
normal
ならこ
person
う
would
考
say
え
things
る。
like, don't move, don't call the
例えば、
police.
そ
But
こ
a
を動くな、
psychopath would say something
通
different.
報するな、とかね。でも、1、
1,
2、
2,
3、
3. She'd be counting what
こ
floor
っ
you're
ちが
on.
何階にいるか数えているんだって。そう、
That's right. So that she
目
can
撃者を
come kill
殺
the
しに行くためにで
witness.
す。
Supposedly,
被
it's
害者
because they're
側じゃな
thinking
く
from the
て、
killer's
加
perspective,
害者側に立って考
not the
えるから、
victims. But
ということらしいんですけど。
there's only silence. She must have decided there was no point in answering. But she was still listening.
でも、
But I don't
僕
think
も
that's
正
right.
直、そんなのは嘘だと思うんです。
A real psychopath wouldn't think
本
that.
当のサイコパスは、そんなこと思わないんじゃないでしょうか。エド・ゲイン
And
で
if you
も、
asked Ed Gein or
ヘ
Henry
ンリー・リー・ルーカ
Lucas
スでも、
or any of
誰
them,
でもいいん
really,
ですけど、
they would say they didn't understand the
もし彼ら
question.
がこの質問をされたら、きっと質問自体が理解できないと答えるでしょうね。
Why are we getting tips this late in game? I really don't have the energy to read them right now, so we'll never know who those two are.
明日の晩ご
They'd
飯
be
とか、
thinking about what they'd have for dinner
質
for
問した連
tomorrow,
中の服が
or
気
how
に
they
入ら
don't
ない
like
と
the
か、
clothes the questioner was wearing.
被害者
They'd
側
be
でも
thinking
加
about
害者側
something
でもない、
entirely unrelated to the
どっか
mindsets
遠
of the
くからも
culprit
のを
and
考えてる
victim.
と思うんです。ロールシャッハ
It's
テ
the
ストで
same
も
with the
何でも、
Rorschach tests or anything
彼ら
else.
の口から出てく
There's
る
no
回
meaning
答
to the
は
answers they give,
きっと意味なんてない。
because to them,
だって彼らにとって
you You know who Ed Gain is? Unfortunately, you don't know the other one off the top of your head. Give me the Spark Notes version of Ed Gain in 500 characters or less. No, 200 characters or less.
全てはきっと
It's all a goddamn game.
クソったれなゲームだったんだから。
My finger stopped. I felt like I did a bit I felt like it had been a long time since I last saw that picture.
だから思うんです。
I wonder what they were thinking.
あいつは何あいつ
No matter what you
何
asked
を
them,
聞かれて
no
も
matter what they said,
何を喋っていて
they
も
were actually looking at something
実は
else.
別のところを見
One
てたん
single
です
goal. So nothing they
一
said
つの目
actually
的だけを
mattered.
見てたんですあいつの口
Are you sure you're not being mind controlled? What happened to Sakuma and Onoe? Are you okay?
お前は無事なのか
Well, deceased, dying? Yeah. From my understanding. Kunosato-san must have sensed that something was up because the tone of her voice changed.
あなたには
You kinda knew about her.
なんとなく分かっていたんですよね
The wound in my stomach and the pain in my head counted the time as regularly as a clock. Thud, thud, thud. There was a silence, 10 thuds long.
正確にはもちろん知
I
ら
don't
ない
know the exact details, of course. But if what I imagined is close to the truth, then
あいつは
she was, without a
間違
doubt,
いなく
different.
向こう側だ
In the sense that she was a
シリア
serial
ルキラー
killer,
という意
of
味でも
course.
そうだが
But also that she was as different from normal people like us as you could possibly
最も
get.
かけ離れた存在だ
でしょう
I'm
ね
sure. If you asked her that question,
さっき
she
の
wouldn't
質
tell
問さ
you
れた
about
ら
counting
回
floors.
数なんか数えない
Kunosato-san understood after all. She knew that something was wrong with Serika.
どうすれば
How could have I known?
僕は知ることができたんですかね
そんな
It
ことを
doesn't matter.
答えろ
Answer me. Are
お
you
前は
safe?
無事なのか
いえ
No. Don't
僕
worry
のこと
about
はいい
me.
んです
Do you think I could have ever
どうすれば
understood her?
彼女を理解してやれたと思いますか
I heard a small sigh on the other end, and then a sharp voice that cut it off.
そんなことは
That's
不
impossible.
可能だ言ったろ
I told you.
あい
She
つ
was a
は
different
向こう
kind of
側の
human.
人間
No, a different kind of
存在
existence.
なんだ
There was no way someone
こちら
normal
側
like
に
you
いる
could
お
have
前に
understood her at
理
all.
解できるはずがない
Kunosato-san's use of the words different and normal. I thought they were very fitting. Serika was different. I was normal.
どうした
What's wrong? I had a sudden premonition and looked down at the day sword in my hand. I've used this to real boot Serika. You know a bit about Ed Gein because that writing one essay you wrote up last semester on him. Misinformation spread about the case when it hit national news, ultimately inspired a bunch of fictional serial killers like Bates from Psycho 1960 and Buffalo Bill from The Silence of the Lambs. I see him. Ed Gein, early 1900s Wisconsin serial killer with mommy issues. He was declared legally insane later in life, but his memorable because he liked making keepsakes out of his victims. Okay. Gotcha. Anyways, I used this to real boot Serika. That's right, I'd created her. Which meant I could do it again. No,
いえ
it's nothing.
何でもありませんすいません
I'm sorry. Please
後
take
の
care
こと
of
を
the
よろしくお
rest.
願いします
No, she would understand. Kunosato-san and Shinjo-san could deal with all this. I went to hang up without listening for her answer. But
待て
wait, Miyashiro,
一つ
tell
だ
me
け
one
聞かせろ
thing.
はい
Yes.
何
What
で
is
すか
it?
お前は
I said you were
こちら側にいる
normal
と言っ
back
てしま
there.
ったが
But what would you
ちなみ
say?
に お前ならなんて答えるんだ。
さっきの
You
質
mean
問ですか？
that question I just asked? Of
もちろん
course,
僕も
I wouldn't be counting.
123なんて数えないですよ。
And I wouldn't say not to
でも
call the cops either.
通報するなとも言いません。だって
Because I saw both
ネット
those
で先
answers
に
on the internet already.
答えを見ちゃいましたから。
I ended what would probably be the last phone call of my life. And then I forced myself to get up, despite all the blood I lost. My vision blurred and I staggered. But I had to keep going. I couldn't fall over just yet. I had an idea while I talked to Kunosata-san on the phone. About what I really needed to do with my powers. About the one way to save her. Instead of releasing her. Ellipsis from Serika. Serika was lying face down, unconscious. She was a mess. There's blood everywhere. But it wasn't fatal. She was still breathing. She was probably just unconscious. I forced my wounded body over to her. I put both hands around the hilt of the D-sword I'd been using to support myself. The sword had no weight, but I felt like I'd drop if I didn't. She must have heard the footsteps, because Serika gave a soft moan. She slowly raised her head and looked at me. I stood close enough to look down at her from the side. And then... her eyes went wide with shock. And then she started to crawl away from me. And that sure is a convenient power, I thought to myself. She knew what I was thinking without me even needing to say it.
ただ、
But
も
you
う
won't be needing it anymore.
必要ないけどな。
嫌だ。
No. Serika tried to get away, her fingers digging frantically into the stage as she crawled. No! She glared at me and started to get up. But then her strength failed her, and this time she fell flat on her back. She gasped like she was drowning and quickly coughed up some blood. And there were tears in her eyes. I readied my D-sword. Stop it, Taku. I stopped, just this once.
殺すわけじゃ
I'm
な
not
い。
going to kill you. You know
分か
that.
ってるだろ。
I'd rather you did. Her scream echoed violently in my ears.
どうして
Why
そ
are
ん
you
なことを
saying
言うん
that?
だ。
I
僕は
was going to use my D-sword to change her. I was going to change her into a normal girl with no powers, who didn't kill anyone, who didn't even know that I'd created her. I was going to rebuild her into a normal girl.
僕なら
And I can do
そ
this.
れができる。
I'm the only one who can.
僕にしかできない。
I'd already created her from nothing. I knew I could do it. I could make her normal. I could make her normal. Nearly said I can fix her. No. I don't want to. She was crying like a baby. Are you scared? Afraid? Why? Don't take my reason for living away from me. She was weeping, and her voice was desperate. I've read lots of minds since I was created. Everyone's always worried, and no one ever knows what to do. I can't believe they live like that.
それでも生きてるのか。
How can they smile? They don't even know why they're doing it. I don't want to be normal. Her voice bounced off the stage and hung over the empty seats. No one but me heard it. Her tears fell onto the floor, mixing with my blood.
ダメだ。
No,
お前
you're
は
going to be a normal girl.
普通の女の子になるんだ。
I spoke softly as I raised my D-sword hide. High. No. Please. Please. Let me help you forever. I remembered what was in Nona's letter. Forget everything and live the same life as everyone else does, but don't get buried among the crowd. Doing that is impossible for me now. But I know that you can do it. And this is it. Goodbye.
それじゃあ、さよなら。
POI secured. Person's name is Miyashita Takaru, 18 years old. He is a third-year student at Hegiho Academy. We have secured Miyashita Takaru. February 2016. 3 months later. Morning at the Alba dormitory group home.
ユウもうできるから。
I can do it on my own now. Minuki finished washing her face and came into the dining room. Yuta was already getting breakfast ready.
私がやるって言ったのに。
No,
座ってていいよ。
you can sit down. She looked inside the kitchen and saw that Yuta had already done all of Uki's work for her. Fine, I'll do the cleanup myself. And she thought that to herself. She sat in her chair without further complaint. Lately, Uki had learned to make a few dishes without resorting to the recipe scrapbook that Kurisu and Yui had made. Of course, her food didn't taste quite as good. But if nothing else, she wasn't trying difficult recipes and burning the pan, like she'd been doing right after she came back here. After a short wait, Yuta brought all the dishes to the table.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
じゃあ、
Okay,
いただきま
let's
す。
eat.
いただきま
Let's
す。
eat. Yuta could also make simple dishes himself now. It was his idea, and he'd been working hard at it. 3 months had passed after everything that had happened. With its owner, Sakuma, Takaru, Kurisu, and Yui gone, Abodorm itself was in danger. The place had only survived because of Sakuma's salary, so that was natural. But when Shinjo had told them it was safe to go back to Shibuya, they both insisted on coming home to Albadorm. Shinjo insisted it was impossible, but surprisingly, it was Momose who helped them out. She called in a few favors, and Alba Clinic had become the property of a completely normal private doctor, and some of the clinic's earnings were dedicated to keeping Alba Dorm alive. Of course, it wasn't a family like it was before. The doctor just worked at the clinic. He didn't manage the dorm. Instead, a nutritionist and nurse, both of whom said they were acquaintances of Momose's, would come by every day. But Uki and Yuta wanted to keep as much of their old lives as possible, so they'd want to make their own food. So on weekends and days when the nutritionist couldn't come, the two of them eagerly went to the kitchen. It's good.
おいしい。少し
I cut a
厚
little
く切
too
りすぎ
thick
たけど。
though. Only very recently had Yuta started to talk more. After what had happened to Yui and Nono, and then what he'd been told about Sakuma and Takaru, he'd become nothing but an empty shell. The one thing that had saved him was that, even then, Uki had stayed by his side. Ito had desperately wanted to be with someone after everything that happened. I mean, fair. And of course, the wounds in his hurt hadn't healed. I mean, it's only been a few months since he lost pretty much everyone. No, they probably never would. I mean, yeah, he lost pretty much everyone. The loneliness and regrets would come back to haunt him again and again. Even Uki herself sometimes had trouble sleeping at night. When that happened, she would go to Yuto's room and tell him it was because she knew that he was afraid of being alone at night, and the two of them would endure the terror together. The two of them were brother and sister, inseparable now. Just like Nono and Takeru had been.
あ、そうだ。
Oh, right.
受け入れ
About the
の
proposal.
ことだけど。
Yeah. Yuki's chopstick suddenly froze.
僕は
I'm okay with
いい
it.
よ。
Huh? She didn't expect that answer. She thought Yuto would refuse.
使ってもらった
It would
方
be
が
better to have someone use them,
いいよ。
I think. They were thinking of accepting new members at Alba dorm, which would mean they'd have to use Takeru or Nano's rooms. She'd want to save them personally. She'd wanted to save them personally. Nano wasn't coming back, but she wanted to believe that Takeru might. Oh, girly. Girly's huffing that copium hard. But if Yuto had made his decision, she had to support him as his big sister.
そうだね。
You're right. She smiled the best she could, and started to eat more of her little brother's cooking. Ciao, it's Hinae-chan. The door opened, and Arimura Hinae walked into the newspaper club room.
あれれ
Oh, you guys
花と
get
こも
free
一緒
period too, Hana?
うん。
The owner of the room raised a hand in greeting without even looking up, like she always did.
今日の気
Her
分
mood
は
is
いい
good
方
today. She learned how to tell from the sounds on the keyboard. Arimura sat in her usual spot and took out the book she was reading, Teru Miyake's famous 6,000 Lives and Deaths. There had been an awful lot of free periods lately, and during each one she would either come here and read a book or work on a novel as part of her literature club activities. Miyashiro, Kurisu, and Ito were gone, so Kazuki was always here alone. And she almost never said anything. There was no need to worry about hearing lies. It was the perfect place for Arimura. After the incident, she spent several weeks in Akihabara before suddenly being allowed to go back to Shibuya. Though, allowed wasn't the right word. She'd been dragged back here. She hated it, but even if it meant another fight with her family, there was nothing else she could think of doing. There hadn't been any problems with psychics since then, at least publicly. Sometimes Shinjo would call to check on her, but nothing special was going on. But she never expected the case to end the way it had.
お
She saw an unfamiliar expression in the book, so she decided to copy it down into the notebook she kept in the newspaper club. Handwriting was the best way to do this stuff, she thought. There was no class in just typing everything onto a computer.
と
She stood up and looked for it on the steel shelves against the wall. But it wasn't where she thought it would be. She reached out her hand toward the back of the shelf.
あちゃ
Oops. And the papers that had blah, 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 blah. And the papers that had been piled there fell off. God, reading. Arimura and Kazuki froze when they saw one of them. It was a big map, folded many times over. She didn't have to spread it out to know what it was. It was the one the newspaper club had put on the wall when they were going over the case. But there was no need for it anymore. So the first thing Kazuki had done after she come back to this room was take it off the wall. Arimura had come back a few weeks later, but she hadn't said a word about it vanishing. No, it would be more accurate to say that she wouldn't.
そういえば
You know, Come to think of it,
セリ
they said Seri
少しだけ
reacted
光に
to the
反応
light
し
a
たって
little.
目
They
が
say
覚
it's
め
a
る情
sign
報
that she
か
might
もっ
wake
て
up. And it was something that Shinjo had just told her on the phone. Kazuki turned around to look at her. What will you do? Her face seemed to say. Animita frowned and scratched her head.
どうもこ
I
う
guess
も
I'll do
宮代
exactly what
先輩の
Miyashita
希望
senpai
通りにす
wanted.
るだけだよ
There's nothing else she could do. That was the promise she'd made to him. Kazuki nodded and looked somewhere else. Animita followed her gaze. She was looking at the chair that Miyashita used to sit in. Then she looked at the one Serika used to sit in. For what it was worth, Animita hadn't sat at there a single time since she'd started coming here.
じゃあ
Then,
伊藤君の
Ito-kun's
方はもう
completely
完全
innocent.
に白
That was Momose's first question after hearing about what had just happened at the hospital.
はい
Correct. It seems he really was just being mind-controlled.
本当
It's
に
safe to
執行猶
assume
予さ
he
れ
has
ていた
no
だけのようですね
information on the committee.
委員会の情報は持ってないと見ていいでしょうあと可能性
The
があ
other
るのは
only other possibilities are
尾上
on the
と
way
宮
and
代だけなんで
Yashiro,
すが
but
この状
not with the
況じゃ
way
ね
things are looking, yeah. Konosato and Momose both sighed at the same time. Sakuma was dead. They'd gone over everything he owned, as well as his body, but learned barely anything. She had found, with the help of her very, very strange acquaintance in Akihabara, that Sakuma had indeed worked at the basement under AH Tokyo General Hospital, but nothing else.
データを丸ごと
All
消
the
されて
data
しま
was
っては
deleted. There was no data left to Sakuma. She hated to admit it. The committee was good at their work and fast. Even the police didn't seem to know who he was. That night, 3 months ago, she still didn't know what had happened between Miyashiro on the way and Sakuma back then. But if what she was imagining was correct, especially in light of her final call with Miyashiro, there was a need to question what Serika had told her at Phrygia. She talked a lot about the committee, but looking back, there was a good chance it was a lie used to gain Kunosato's cooperation. As proof, even after she'd taken the sidekicks out of Shibuya, nothing had happened. Her hacker acquaintance had checked his network and hadn't seen anything at all. With no real reason to stay in Akihabara anymore, she'd come back to Shibuya. But while she was gone, all the threads connecting Sakuma to the committee had vanished. Either she'd screwed up, or maybe.
やはり
Maybe
佐久間
Sakuma really was no
末
one
端
of
組織の
importance
人間でし
after
か
all.
なかったということか
Which meant they simply gave up on him when he was no longer useful. But there was a lot of equipment that had disappeared from the underground facility. Even if he was the one who'd moved it, someone else had to be in charge of it by now. If she could just find out who that someone was.
あと
Another
たどれ
chance
る可能
is...
性があるとすれば
Almost looked at Kunosato and tapped her own temples.
ここね
In here.
カオス
Chaos
チャイルド
Child
症候群
Syndrome.
はい
You're right. And that was the one route she still had open to her. It was the piece of evidence that she'd chosen to get her revenge on the committee. And that strange disease that had started showing up in certain victims of the earthquake. Suddenly, her phone began to vibrate in her pocket. She saw the name on the phone and realized that it wasn't time for his usual check-in. That meant something had happened.
どうした
What is it?
尾上が
Onoe has... February 2016. She slowly slept inside into the hospital room. The room was clean. The air was pure. She nodded, satisfied with that. It was disappointing that no one had brought any flowers, but in light of his condition, there was no helping that. The curtain was closed, so she couldn't see him from here. She walked softly, without making a sound. She approached the bed nervously. She put her hand on the curtain and slowly opened it. The person she was looking for was lying there. She sighed in relief. She then brought her face close to his, as if giving a kiss to a loved one. She was close enough that her short hair fell on his face. His fine. Yeah, his fine, she thought to herself. He had lost a little weight, but it was still the face of the boy she'd known for years. She then opened the window. Fresh air blew into the room. The weather was great. It was a perfect day to go outside. Cute.
行こう
Let's go.
タク
Taku. Breaking news. As of 9 a.m. this morning, the killer behind the return of the new generation Mattis members, Miyashiro Takuru, disappeared from a prison hospital. The bodies of several guards were found, evidently killed in a struggle. As for the reason the killer is being kept at the hospital, the police have stated that he was being examined as a Chaos Child Syndrome patient, and that there was no problem with the site's security. I was thinking the Wigglies were premature. Ooh, that's red. Credits, let's go! I don't want your guys' ears to be blasted out. I was also jump scared by the music. It does go hard, yeah. Phantasm always goes hard. Hi, Fess. And they're like, oh, you made it this far on the credits? Here, have some Fess CGs. Here's your little concert. Oh, is Cafe Lux an actual place? Huh. Definitely an interesting choice to actually have Fest CGs, but then also like the credits be all very red. Since, hey Taku, did it come true? Did you get what you wanted? Over Sky End. Okay. Honestly, that little bit of dialogue really puts a cherry on top of that ending for me, because like, okay, now you gotta go get the other ends, right? You're gonna go get those other ends, right? Right? Looks like it's closed permanently, but yeah, Cafe Lux is a real place and should be interesting. Once again, Kale Shot got you like head and hands. Yeah, that's fair. I need a hidden story has been unlocked. I think it's all the stories have been unlocked. Well, except for the truest of ends, but you know. Isn't that fun? I am so glad that we at least did a little bit of chapter 11 last week, but fuck, dude. Like, we did 2 hours of chapter 11 last week, so imagine if we didn't do that. Man, I also hope you guys don't mind that I went past the midnight curfew for subathon, because yeah, I wasn't gonna not finish this. Man, dude, I feel like I had other thoughts that I wanted to share, but I was like, oh yeah, I'll just save it for after the credits scene. But like, I just got so into the vibes of the song that I just forgot what other thoughts I had. I'll be honest, they're gone. I vibed them out of my head. If I have other thoughts, I'm sure they will be located, and I can share them in the Discord. Oh, my PNG is still present on these scenes. Oopsie. Bloop. I need to make Cyrano bigger. Hang on. I don't have a fancy key for her. Oh. Maybe not that close and personal. Maybe a little bit of social distancing. There we go. Man. Just man. Oh, background music is missing. I'm doing great. I'm such a professional. Man, what is there to say about this ending? What is there to be said? Because a lot happened. Oh yeah, finally finding out what the fuck Taku's wish was that real booted Seriko was a lot. Oh yeah. God. We learned a lot, but that just makes me concerned about what we don't know. Because we learned a lot. So what do we not know? What do these other endings have in store for us? Because these games don't... These games don't usually give us a lot of information in the first, like, route. Like, I am happy that, like, if anyone that were to play this game just casually, they could get this ending, be satisfied, and move on with life if they really wanted to, despite the little extra bit of dialogue from Sarah could be like, hey, you happy with this? Because if someone actually was happy with that, they would just like, yep, okay, that's it. I got my ending. Goodbye. And they could move on with life and be happy, but... I know you're not happy with this. But we're already dedicated to completing all of this. Man, if this was shorter, I was gonna get like that first bad ending that we could get, since we had to get this ending first in order to get it full, but they still didn't address Noto figuring out based on Serika not being at the hospital, and you're not looking forward to that twist being twisted. I mean, I think they did address it, like Senri probably told her, I think was the implication. Shrugs. I'm sure it'll be more clear, probably during Nono's route, to be honest. I don't know which character route is next, but I do know that when we next get back into this, I'm going to want to get that one bad ending, since that'll be complete, because if we were to have gotten that bad ending before getting this, it would be incomplete. So if we're gonna get a bad ending, it better be the complete bad ending. Does that make sense? Probably. Man, just man. I'm sure if we all have more thoughts to share, because I'm sure we could all yap about this for forever. That can be done in either the YouTube comments or in the Discord. Which, speaking of, when I was trying to find, like, the image of Serika's drawer with, like, the sumo stickers, it's like, oh yeah, this could be good for a thumbnail. I couldn't find it anywhere, unfortunately. Not that I dig particularly hard, but, like, in my search for that, like, it's like, oh yeah, the sumo stickers... Those are actually a thing in Japan in 2009. So that's fun. That's fun for Japan. Apparently for like the anime adaptation, the sumo stickers look different too because of potential copyright, because the actual artist behind the sumo stickers is actually still a mystery too, so... I did post it in the Discord if you wanted to see the photographic evidence of sumo stickers out in the wild in Japan. But you know, that it is crazy. Man, who do I want to raid? That is the question. Oh, what the fuck? What? The sumo stickers, or...? You found it believable because of stuff like that one Adult Sim ad stunt that got misidentified by law enforcement as a terrorist threat, but fuck you. The sumo stickers being real. Ah, yeah. Man, I don't know who I want to raid. I could read Blaggy Kitten. They're participating in a maker jam. We could find out more about what they're working on by reading into them. I don't think I've ever rated this person before. Well, let's change that. If the raid settings will allow me anyway. The raid settings will allow me, let's go. We'll be raiding Glaggy Kitten. We'll be using our standard raid message for that. But yeah, the timer tomorrow will start with 26 hours on the clock. Very exciting. Mouth washing at the beginning of stream, or as close to the beginning of stream as we can, and the Somnium files probably, because it kind of really depends on how long mouth washing takes, but it can be up until Somnium files starts. But hopefully we might have a little break, and if we do have a little break, I'll do Idolish 7. But yeah, take care of your feelings after that ending. But yeah, timer will have 26 hours. I know it's a little under 26 hours, but we'll round up. 26 hours flat for tomorrow's timer. Just nods. That's it. Yep. Okay. Your feelings, everyone's feelings. I will catch you all probably tomorrow, most likely, hopefully. Yes. Yes! I don't know, I'm just gonna shut up and go to my ending screen, okay? Bye, blah.